It's a little cold. Good evening, everyone. I want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Housing Authority for February 4th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Andrade. Councilwoman Commissioner Basua is absent. Mayor Chair MacArthur.
Here.
Councilmember Commissioner Perallo is not here. Councilwoman Commissioner Bettis.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Commissioner Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, January 23rd. I also have an announcement pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3. Each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any speakers for public comment prior to closed session?
Mayor, Chair MacArthur, we have no public speakers virtually or in person for this item as of right now.
Okay, thank you. The City Council will recess to a closed session, and at 6 p.m. we will begin the regular meeting. Thank you.
So, Mayor, before we recess, I'd like to read this statement before going into closed session.
I'm sorry, yes. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
City Attorney.
The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D2. Based on existing facts and circumstances, there is significant exposure to litigation against the city and the Oxnard Housing Authority in one potential case regarding the termination of the development agreement with UHC 00558, Oxnard LP, regarding the Las Cortes Affordable Housing Project. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matter being discussed is the case of Bossler versus City of Oxnard.
Thank you, City Clerk. We will now go to a closed session. We'll return at 6 p.m. Thank you. Is there a speaker? People that are interested. Good evening, everyone. I want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Housing Authority for Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. The City Council and the Oxnard Housing Authority have just emerged from closed session, and we will ask the city attorney for any announcements to make.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no actions to report out of closed session this evening.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll take a moment of silence for what's happening in Washington, D.C., as well as in Philadelphia.
Councilwoman Commissioner Basua.
Here.
Mayor Chair MacArthur.
Here?
Councilmember Commissioner Perallo.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Bettis.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilman Commissioner Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran.
Here.
Commissioner Andrade. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, city administrative offices, and also on the city's website on Thursday, January 23rd. And then just for the record, pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass it over to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, everybody. We have our opening ceremony and Pledge of Allegiance tonight being led by Adilena Avila, a 12th grade student from Frontier High School. And so I will turn it over to you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, go right ahead.
Test, test.
Hey, hold on, Adeline. We're going to get you a microphone here so we can all hear you. There you go. Yeah, can you start over if it's okay?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's Diego's fault.
Good evening, Mayor Louis MacArthur, Mayor Pro Gabe Teran, honorable members of the City Council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Adeline Avila, and I am so grateful for the opportunity to stand before you today. First, I want to thank all of you for the work you do to make our city better. It's inspiring to see leaders like you who care about our community. I'd like to take a moment to share my story. A few years ago, I was a student at Channel Islands High School. Unfortunately, I wasn't making the best choices and was surrounded by bad influences. I started skipping school, and my grades reflected my struggles. I wasn't proud of the path I was on, and I knew I needed a change. That's when I transferred to the district's alternative high school, Frontier High School. I was scared because of the stigma. People think that alternative schools are bad because of the so-called bad kids who go there, but what I found there completely changed my life. Frontier High School became my second chance, a place where I felt seen, supported, and encouraged to succeed. With the help of amazing teachers like Ms. Hill, who's here tonight, I began to thrive. All my teachers and faculty have been such a blessing in my life. They truly care about each and every student, and they helped me see that I could achieve great things if I put in the effort. When I transferred to Frontier, my grades and attendance improved tremendously. I'm so grateful for the support of our administration, Mr. Biggs, Dr. Robles, and the best counselors in the world, Ms. Guerra and Mr. Kozin. They've created a school environment where students like me feel like we belong and where we're given the tools to turn our lives around. I also want to thank my family who are here with me tonight, both my mom and dad. Even though I wasn't always the best student or the easiest person to deal with, they never stopped supporting me. I love you both so much, and I hope I'm making you proud and will continue to make you proud. Now I'm excited for what the future holds. My dream is to become an ultrasound technician and eventually travel throughout Europe. I know I wouldn't be here sharing this dream with you if it weren't for the second chance I got at Frontier High School and the incredible people who have been a part of my journey. To anyone out there who feels like they've fallen behind or made mistakes, I want you to know that it's never too late to turn things around. With the right support, determination, and belief in yourself, anything is possible. Thank you again for letting me share my story, and thank you to the city of Oxnard for being a community that gives people like me the opportunity to succeed.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, wonderful.
Thank you so much. And if you wouldn't mind taking a moment, I see we have Mr. Briggs and Dr. Robles here. If you would like to introduce who else is here with you. And well, the two of them, even though I said their names, but
My dad's here with me as well. My teacher, Ms. Hill, is also here. And my friend Art, too.
thank you so much. And the reason that it was important to me that we utilize this time to highlight young people in the city of Oxnard is exactly for the reasons you said. And there are so many young people in every school in this city who are doing amazing things and have overcome so many challenges. And I always say, hey, my story is not unique. There are so many out there. I've been through a lot of challenges, but I've met young people who have been through so much more than even I went through and that my sister and my family went through. And I just so appreciate that you were able to recognize that, turn it around, and given the opportunities that were presented to you. And again, you had adults and peers who helped you every step of the way. So thank you for you taking the time to be here and share that and hopefully inspire others who may find themselves in a similar place.
Thank you.
So with that, we have a
Yeah.
certificate from the mayor, if you wouldn't mind coming up here to
Come
receive
on up
that.
here, if you want to bring your mom and dad
Yeah.
as well,
Yep.
as well as your principal, yeah? And as you're walking up here, Adeline, I'll read this for you. It's a certificate of achievement on behalf of the city of Oxnard, whereas the city council of the city of Oxnard presents this certificate of achievement to Adeline Avila for her dedication and perseverance as a young and emerging leader in Oxnard. And I have the privilege of signing this for you. Sí, no, debes de estar muy orgulloso. Pues, let me come on. This is for you, right here. Yeah. You want to take a photo? You want to take a photo, okay? Come on in, guys.
Takes a village.
And then, come on in. Councilman Pearl, come on in. Here, come on. Come on in. Councilman Pearl, squeeze in here. We'll get it. Thank you.
Test.
Whose is that, yours? That's mine. Oh, send it to me. I will. Send it. Oh, sure. One more photo?
They were gonna, she wanted to do one more.
Absolutely.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
This is the four of us.
You want me in there or no? You want me in there?
Yeah.
Might as well keep the mayor.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Where's your Adeline? I think you.
So the microphone is right here so you can.
Okay. We're just going to move to the next item on the agenda, and that's a ceremonial item that we have, and it's a resolution. I'm going to make a motion. If I can get a second, it's for presenting a resolution commending Clark Owens for 8 years of exemplary service as a Senior Services Commissioner. Welcome, Commissioner Owens. And I'll read the, can I get a second for the resolution?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have to take a vote?
We do. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
And Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Here.
This is a very special resolution to Mr. Owens. Sir, this is a resolution we have for you. I'm just going to read it out loud here.
Please.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard commending Mr. Clark Owens for over 8 years of volunteer service to the City of Oxnard. Whereas Clark Owens has provided over 8 years of outstanding volunteer service to the City of Oxnard as a member of the Senior Services Commission. And whereas Clark Owens served 2 terms on the Senior Services Commission, which focuses on analyzing, defining, and investigating issues and needs of Oxnard seniors and recommends solutions for problems affecting them. And whereas throughout his time on the CAG, Clark Owens worked on impactful projects including envisioning and supporting construction of new state-of-the-art senior centers, creating greater awareness of senior services within Oxnard, and evaluating senior center programming, as well as representing Oxnard seniors on the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council. And whereas Clark Owens resides in the city of Oxnard and has developed countless positive relationships and partnership with members of the community while volunteering in his position. And now therefore the City Council of the City of Oxnard resolves to commend, recognize, and extend its gratitude to Clark Owens for over 8 years of dedicated volunteer services to the City of Oxnard. We extend our best wishes for continued success in all your endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful job.
Thank you.
For you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I'm Mary Sue Eastlake. I'm the Senior Services Supervisor for the city. And I just wanted to introduce Clark a little bit more than what a commendation does. I've had the luck of being, he's been on the commission as long as I have known him. And he's just an amazing kind of fellow. He was on the new Senior Center subcommittee, which led efforts to build an innovative center for the seniors residents of Oxnard. He worked advocating with local politicians, both local and state politicians for it. He played an instrumental role in creating the nonprofit Orcas, which headed up the fundraising efforts to support the building of this new senior center. And he worked hand in hand with staff through many commission, council, advisory meetings with the goal of approval of the new senior center, which was going to be at 5th and Patterson. Each year, the commission sets goals on what they want to achieve, and Clark has served on a committee to help improve the marketing of senior services out there so people know what we do, as well as evaluating our programs in the senior centers. And I'm sure there's more that I just haven't remembered. He also is one of 2 people who have served on the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging. He represents this city on this countywide agency or advisory council that looks at different things having to do with seniors. For some reason, I'm nervous, and I'm not usually nervous, but there's a whole lot of you out there today. Anyway, and you worked on transportation needs on AAA. So Clark has just been a gem. He's a gentleman. He follows through. He gets things done, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time on the commission. So now I'm going to hand it over.
I want to thank you for this award. And it's been 8 years of a lot of work, but really very rewarding work. And I couldn't have done it without the dedication of the volunteers that are on the committee and also the staff. And Mary Sue, thank you very much for everything that you've done. It's an honor to serve the city, and I haven't quit entirely, so you'll see me around. But thank you, and thank you for all being here.
He wants you to introduce who it is.
Thank you. My buddy, my friend, my whatever. Joyce Sheridan and chauffeur Joyce Sheridan. We've been together for 25 years, and it's been a wonderful 25 years.
That's very sweet.
Got the logo.
Okay.
Just hold this up. Okay, there. There you go. I know.
I think she was taking video, but
Thank you. Thank you very much.
we have a number of proclamations.
Yeah.
We want to. All right. We have a number of proclamations coming up here.
We're gonna give one of these to all the different organizations, all the organizations to come up.
Which is the names of the organizations?
So we can just say the next item is Black History Month, and then we'll just have everybody come up.
Okay. I think so, yeah. We're going to move on to the next item. The next item on the agenda is the ceremonial item. It's item E2. We're going to be making presentations of proclamation designating the month of February 2025 as Black History Month. And at this point, I'm just inviting the various groups that are here to accept the proclamation. If you can come up, please. Good, sir. Good, sir. Ms. Montgomery, I'm going to just give you the mic. If you can just,
Oh my God,
you just
I don't know everybody, so
what
I think you need to.
yeah,
Right.
because I think, okay, I just thought maybe
Yeah, let him,
proclamation.
let him read that better.
Okay, all right, Ms. Montgomery, because we have a lot of,
It's nobody.
all right.
I know the look.
Okay. We have a total of 7 proclamations to hand out. I'm just going to read the proclamation, and then from there, we'll just have one of the groups come up and accept it if you want to say a couple of things on behalf of your group. The proclamation is declaring Black History Month, February 25th, whereas African Americans have a proud history and a rich heritage. Black History Month gives Americans an opportunity to learn more about the contributions of African Americans to our community and our nation. And whereas we celebrate African Americans for their culture, political, economic, and historical contributions to our country, and whereas African Americans have persevered despite facing daunting challenges and indignities as a result of widespread racial prejudice and institutional discrimination. And whereas African Americans are recognized for their courage, tenacity, and contributions to our country as skilled workers, esteemed professionals, lawyers, pilots, inventors, educators, public officials, orators, publishers, physicians, athletes, small business owners, bankers, librarians, and much more to help create the status and wealth of the United States. And whereas in remembering the special role of our nation's most celebrated African Americans, we also commend the everyday African American heroes who are dedicated to the long cherished ideals of family, community, and nation. And whereas these citizens who are proud of their heritage and proud of their country and know the value of hard work and sacrifice in establishing a good life, loving home, and safe community deserve honor and recognition. Now therefore I, Luis MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, I do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Black History Month. So it is my absolute honor to, Ms. Montgomery, if I'm going to present this to your organization first, and then from there, if the other organizations can come up right after and get your proclamation. I have a total of 7. Sounds good.
Good evening, all. As you see, I didn't need the mic really. I have a big voice. I'm a short woman, but with a big voice. And I am so happy to be here again. The Martin Luther King Committee of Ventura County proudly accepts your award from the City of Oxnard. We are grateful every year to be a part of this celebration. And as we all know, it's not the month, it's the lifetime. And it's definitely a history that I am so proud to be part of. And at this, I said, I'm Larita Ayers Montgomery, chairperson of the Martin Luther King Committee. I have some committee members here with me, so would you please hold your hand up, MLK members? I see Marvis Graves. Eric Hicks. Any other Martin Luther King members up with us tonight? All right. As it is, I'm going to pass it on to the next organization, and that will be the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Are you ready? You got the. Well, he told me to pass it on. You know I can. Now you know I can take charge.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Martha McQueen Lejean. I am the president of the local Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority chapter here in Oxnard and Ventura County. I will say what Larita said a little different. Black history is American history. And so I just want to share with you Alpha Kappa Alpha, a little bit about Alpha Kappa Alpha. We're the first sorority created for Black women, 1908, January 15th, on the campus of Howard University. And if you were to know the history of the other Divine Nine, that's what we call us, 9 sororities and fraternities, I think another 5 came from the campus of Howard University. And so we're 300,000 plus United States and another 9 countries, and we all are following the same initiatives. So we have a lot of work going across the world, and I guess our motto would be service to all mankind. Service to all mankind. Thank you. Oh, and let me And let me say here, we have some Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority members with, raise your hand if you are from Alpha Kappa Alpha. Kalila Daraus, we have Robin Freeman, Dondra Shepard, and Viola Span. Thank you. Who's next? Who's next? Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Lakeisha White. I am the proud president of our local chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. We are the Ventura County Alumni Chapter, and we've been serving this county for quite some time. Our organization also founded in January 1913, and we do many of the same things that have already been talked about. We produce many of the same professions and whatnot that has already been talked about in the proclamation. And social action is what we do in the fight for equality and making sure that everything is equal for us. So we proudly accept the proclamation as well. We have several members here, a couple with us. We have Helene Stallion and Marvis Graves. So we take pride in serving our community here with you all. Okay. Good evening. My name is Jill Dixon, and I'm president of the 20th Century Honors Club. As you know, the 20th Century Honors Club has been in existence for 60 years, and we are proud of that accomplishment for doing that. We have raised over $700,000 to give back to the community of our students so they can go to college. And that's something that we really take pride in, giving back to our community. As far as Onyx members, I have one here. She's been an Onyx member longer than me. 38 years. 38 years. But thank you again. The city supports us, and I really truly appreciate the proclamation that you're giving us. Thank you. Yes,
Good evening. I'm Bruce Stewart. I'm the president of the Juneteenth Committee of Ventura County, and I'm very proud to accept this award from the city of Oxnard. The city of Oxnard has been the biggest partner for the success of our organization, Juneteenth. And this year it'll be June 21st. That's a Saturday at Plaza Park. And I'm proud to have with me, where did she go? Oh, there she is. My chairperson, Julia Dixon, who works very hard to make sure it's successful. Okay. Yeah. And while I'm here, yes, I'm a member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity, which was founded on November the 17th, 1911, on the campus of Howard University. I've been a part of Omega Psi Phi for 60 years. We founded the local chapter here in 1978. I'm one of the founding members, and I've been a member ever since. And we thank you for all the support that the city gives to our organization. Yeah. I'm also a member of the Ventura County NAACP. I am a Gold Life member. I am a close friend of the John R. Hatchett III family, and we're proud that we accept this award. And let's see, most of these people up here are members of the NAACP. Would you all raise your hands? That's what I like. Okay. Did you take a picture? Did you get enough pictures? Okay. Put back on this hat. And thank you.
That's it, yeah. Who do you want to take some photos?
Okay, tomorrow. Okay. Oh, we get ours tomorrow. Oh, two. I know, Bruce. Give me one of yours. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Hicks, and I'm the elections and protege of Armistice 263. We were founded in 1893 on June 10th, and we have been in Oxnard area since 2019. And I say I'm the elections protege. Over here, I'll have my chief band, Anthony Harris, my sister band, John Henry. I'd like to say thank you for having us here this evening. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm the worshipful master of Unity Lodge number 22. And thank you all for coming out. Black history is important. We all play a role. It's our community. Let's all take pride in it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gary Harbor, and I am a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternities Incorporated. Like the others, we're all about academics and education. We have provided thousands of dollars in scholarships to Ventura County students over the past several years. We were founded in 1911, and I became a member in 1979. So God bless you all. Thank you for having us here.
I just really wanted to say one thing. When you see people from I'm talking about black fraternities in general, black fraternities and sororities in general, know that you must have at least a bachelor's degree to be a part of any of these sororities. So when you see us, know that we are black, educated people, and we're here to do a service for our community. Thank you.
And I would like to say one more thing. When I got here in '79, the first thing I did was start teaching. And I actually wound up with a semester teaching ESL. And I was teaching English, and the kids at Ocean View Junior High School were teaching me a little Spanish. And so I want to say a word here, if I can remember. It's been a long time. And if you can say that word, please say it. Love you.
Are we gonna take photos? Do we miss anybody? No?
Hold on. Want it all together? Yeah, we can get it all together. One camera. Thank you. I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
got it, okay. Okay.
So Mayor, do you want to have 30 minutes and then everyone else in, or do you want to go?
I think I'm just gonna let it,
Testing.
I just don't think this is probably the time to do it, you know? I don't think this is the time to do it.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, it says right in the agenda that that's something we can do. We have a pretty simple business agenda tonight, so I think that's reasonable. How many, you can ask the clerk how many speakers?
40.
40.
40?
Mhm.
You can do the math on that.
Mhm.
At least 2 hours.
Oh, sorry. Thank
There must be some plovers in the atmosphere.
you. Okay, we're going to be moving to the next item on the agenda, if that's okay. And we're going to move into public comment. At this time, a person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker requests shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of this agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. After 30 minutes, if all speakers have not had an opportunity to speak, the remaining speakers will be given an opportunity to speak prior to the adjournment of the meeting. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take action on any items presented during this public comment. Such items may be only referred to the city manager or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at this time of the hearing. Just looking at the number of speaker cards, I think we've got 40. We're limited to 30 minutes, but I know a lot of you want to speak, so I'm just going to allow everyone to speak, okay? I know it's going to take us into 2 hours, but I'll let you all speak. We're going to start first with Chris Cisneros, and then we'll go to Luis Huereca. Yes, also, if I can, please just ask, I know this is something that we're all passionate about, on what you're here to speak about, but if we could refrain from clapping, and the reason I say that is there's going to be times where there are people that may boo on something, and just to have public decorum, if that's okay. And also forgive us sometimes that we're not able to comment on anything other than just hear, just because we're just not allowed to. But it's not that we're not hearing what you're saying, okay? So thank you for that. Okay, Chris Cisneros, and then followed by Luis Huereca. Go ahead, Chris.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We took the time to came today, the council members and those who are watching. I'm here today to pretty much suggest the title of being a safe city, to change it to be an official sanctuary city for illegal immigrants. The words are similar, though they're not the same, and that has to be acknowledged and officially changed. Oxnard has been and still is a very diverse, growing with pretty much unique communities, and it's very good. But there's the bad that we must take into consideration, which is allowing fear to be here in the city, with many just wanting to work, just continue their education, and just trying to make their lives better. And there's just the good city that we have right here, which it could be better. It could be a potential just to be 100% more better. And just offering ways to help those in need of sanctuary. First is just the feeling of being safe, which is important. Feeling safe is a good thing. Pretty much is something that we who are documented feel, hopefully. But those who are undocumented, who are trying to do better, don't have that feeling and just doing something very just simple. Second would be having a community and council to truly represent what is liberty and justice for all, which it should just say exactly what it is, liberty and justice for all. And the third thing would be to officially declare Oxnard to be an official sanctuary city to illegal immigrants and to those who are in need of a true sanctuary city, which would represent what the United States is truly about. And yeah, thank you for hearing me out, and that will be all.
Thank you, Chris. We'll follow Luis Huereca, and then he's going to be followed by Crystal Lopez. Yes,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember?
would it be possible to turn up the temperature in the room? It is just, it's just really cold in here. Maybe it's just this spot. Maybe everyone else is comfortable, but I think it's cold.
I told you to bring a blanket.
I told you.
Mayor, if the councilor would prefer, I have my beanie up here if you'd like to borrow it. In all seriousness, we have a large group of folks out in the audience, and I would defer to their comfort level. I'm okay being cold, but.
Go ahead, Luis. And then Luis is going to be followed by Crystal Lopez.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Luis Huereca, and I'm a resident of Oxnard and an artist. I'm here to remind Council that at your next meeting on February 18, you will be asked to vote on the future of the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, also known as OPAC. The item on your agenda won't be described that way, but when you look closely at the details, that is exactly what you will be tasked to do. I'm not here as a board member of OPAC, nor as an employee. I do not speak for them, but I will speak about them. As an artist, I have relied on OPAC for so many things, including support for my work, collaboration with other artists, and funding opportunities. I want to plead to you, Council, to direct staff to please allow OPAC to present details of the last 5 years in services and programs that they have provided in this city. If that doesn't happen, you will not have the complete picture to make a well-informed decision. And to your city manager, who has been in charge of this item, I want to say this to you. I read the Thriving Youth report that you have commissioned through Council. I was at your last presentation at Oxnard College, and you painted a very dire picture of Oxnard with your words and the data from the report. I do agree with you on some issues, and I want to extend an invitation to meet with me to discuss OPAC and the arts in this city. During your presentation, which I've recorded, you said that we all have to participate in making Oxnard better. And the people here tonight are an example of that participation, and so am I. I want to collaborate with you on this and find out a way that we can make this better before council votes on February the 18th. I will leave you some contact sheets in here for council, for you and the staff. There's some information on contact for me, as well as some really good information and links about the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. Thank you, council. Good night, good luck, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Luis. City manager, is it possible to put that in a future agenda item for an OPAC report like he suggested? Okay. Next speaker, Crystal Lopez, and then Crystal will be followed by Jaiseya Henriksen. Crystal, if you're here. If not, we'll move on to Jaiseya Henriksen, and then followed by Victor Valadez.
Hello, City Council and citizens of Oxnard. My name is Josiah Henriksen. I work for Sterling, and we work at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. I'll be brief as we have a lot of people waiting to speak. I would like to ask on our next vote that you guys vote to keep Sterling to manage the OPAC. So keep our staff employed and allow us to continue providing concerts and community events to the city of Oxnard. And it is my desire for Sterling and the OPAC nonprofit to have a good working relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor, and then followed by Leo Martinez.
Good evening, City of Oxnard Committee. I'm here for the OPEC also. I believe that we've done a really fantastic job there for those last couple of years, and we look forward to continuing our traditions there. We've made it safer. We've made it more fun out there. We have larger groups coming in, and we've made it enough where everyone can have a good time. And I hope that 18th comes around, we can actually get a good vote on our way and have us continue to keep that positive tradition that we've got going on there at the OPEC. But that's it. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo Martinez, and Leo is going to be followed by Vanessa Valdez.
It's coming up.
All right. Básicamente no vine a hablar con ellos, vine a hablar con el resto de ustedes. Estos son los dos cobardes que han estado terrorizando nuestra vecindad, nuestros barrios y todo el condado de Ventura la última semana. Soy parte de un equipo de respuesta rápida que corremos talleres de conocer sus derechos en todo el condado. Este domingo tenemos uno en el Lab 805, aquí a la vuelta. Ustedes se lo averiguan. El punto es de que yo estoy aquí para comunicar con ustedes que este es el trabajo que hacemos. El diario estamos revisando, verificando rumores, estamos desmintiendo los rumores y estamos corriendo estos equipos por todo el condado que son de los mismos barrios y formando autodefensas en esos mismos barrios, de la gente que vive ahí.
Leo, real quick, you have to address the body here under these rules and regulations. If you could just address us.
Una cosa que no va a hacer el condado de Ventura es la ciudad santuaria no nos va a ayudar mucho porque así no es como trabaja la inmigración en este condado. Lo que pasa es cualquier persona que termina en la cárcel por cualquier razón, los agentes de inmigración ya tienen sus datos e información porque ellos conocen esa base de datos y sobre eso salen sus órdenes de arresto y sobre eso vienen tras de nosotros meses después a veces. Entonces, si somos ciudad santuaria o no somos, no va a afectar cómo opera ICE en este condado. Por eso estamos formándonos nosotros, porque solo el pueblo va a defender al pueblo. Muchas gracias. Pasen buenas noches.
Thanks, Leo. Vanessa Valdez, and then Vanessa is going to be followed by Gabriel Hoffman.
Good evening, council members and community members. My name is Vanessa Valdez. I'm here to follow up on some of the concerns I raised at the last council meeting. Our community continues to experience unprecedented fear, and the need for action has only grown more urgent. VC Defensa has responded by forming a rapid response network, train volunteers who verify ICE activity, communicate with families, and provide immediate legal guidance. They also manage an emergency hotline for families in crisis. That's 296-1119. Every day, families in our city live in fear of being separated from their loved ones. This fear affects our children, schools, workplaces, and overall well-being. When people are afraid to work, seek medical care, or report crimes, it weakens our entire city. We must ensure our community remains safe, informed, and supported. As for the civil disobedience this weekend, Oxnard PD's privilege and disconnect from our struggles were evident. It was a peaceful demonstration, people taking to the streets to demand immigration reform and an end to deportations. A few hours of inconvenience is nothing compared to the daily struggles of our immigrant community. Families living in fear, workers facing exploitation, children wondering if their parents will be there when they get home. Until our city takes meaningful action to protect our community, we will continue to make our voices heard. We will continue to shut this city down. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Gabriel, and then followed, can you read that?
Amber Norton? Amber Norton?
Followed by Amber Norton.
Good evening, City Council of Oxnard and people of Oxnard. I'm here on behalf of SVV to, talk to you guys about let's get this contract going and let's make sure that let's keep the OPAC running. I have memories of watching the Nutcracker in the theater as a young child. I've even performed in the auditorium myself as high school concert bands, and other venues. At those events, I was able to meet people from all over the community and really connect with the people around here. Now that I work on the same stage with Canyon Club, I hear similar stories from all sorts of performers, people who have gone out, toured the world, and come back and say, man, I love OPAC. OPAC feels like home. I think the big thing for me is OPAC is a home for many people. It's a home for the community. Let's find a way to make an agreement that works for everybody, and most importantly, that works best for Oxnard. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Gabriel. Amber, Norton, and then followed by Rosie. Is that
All right, good evening, City Council and Oxnard members. I'm one of 30 Oxnard residents that is employed by SVV at the OPAC. When we got there, the place was in rough shape. And then COVID hit. We were able to spend a lot of time getting the building back in shape, cleaning up the parking lots that was around us because we had a lot of people that were kind of living around there. So we were able to clean it in order to make not only the staff, but people that came to our events feel safer. And the neighborhoods around us too. They're grateful for it because we got a lot of negative that was there away from us. We all want to continue this relationship. We want to continue to make the OPAC what everybody wanted it to be from the beginning in 1968. We want it to shine again. We've done so much work to get to where we're at now, and I want to continue that. So I hope on the 18th that we can all come to an agreement that we continue making her shine even better than she already is right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Then it's Rosie, followed by Mariah Ramos.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and mi gente. I'm here on behalf of the OPAC. I am one of the other 30 employees there. I go to work and I see my community, people, families, children in one place where they feel safe to celebrate the arts, whether it's families painting bugs together or wands like Harry Potter, quinceañeras, weddings, concerts. It's a place where people live their life and have experiences. I hope that we can continue to do that for other people in our community. I hope that I can continue to say, I'm proud to work at this historical place of this city of Oxnard. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. Mariah, and Mariah is followed by Adrian Francisco.
Good evening, City Council. I'm one of the 30 employees that works for Sterling Venues. I would just like to note that not only do we do quinces and concerts, we've also opened our doors to schools and organizations for fundraisers, as well as nonprofits, or not nonprofits, but organizations going there to. Last month we had about the Black Lives Matter fundraisers come in. They made food. We opened our doors to them, not only them, but school dances for elementary schools and middle schools. And I would just like to as well ask that you follow through with helping with the decision to keep Sterling Venues in place at the OPAC. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's Adrian Francisco, and then she's followed by Elizabeth España.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur,
Good evening.
Gabe Durant. Good evening, council members. I also work at the PAC, and I just don't understand what's going on with it. I believe that they should be given a chance to renew their contract due to they cleaned it up so much, and there's always events going on there and the community comes together and stuff. I feel that they deserve another chance, and I'm hoping that February 18th you will do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, followed by Veronica Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth. I am here in support of the sanctuary city consideration. Oxnard must stand as a sanctuary city because it's the right thing to do. Oxnard is more than just a city. It's a thriving, hard-working community built on the foundation of culture, resilience, and unity. As someone who has spent over 30 years believing there was no better place to live than the San Fernando Valley, becoming an Oxnard resident has been nothing short of a gift. This coastal haven, with its deep-rich roots and family values and an unwavering work ethic, is a place where people can come together while families can gather at a handful of its culturally driven community events and celebrations each year without the looming fear of being torn apart. The heart of Oxnard beats with the labor, dedication, and dreams of immigrant families. As I'm sure you all already know, 75% of its residents identify as Hispanic or Latino. Did you also know Oxnard ranks 22nd most populated city out of more than 1,600 in California and the largest in Ventura County alone? These numbers are more than statistics. They shed light on a city that thrives not just because of immigrant labor, but because of immigrant families. These families are the backbone of Oxnard's key industries: agriculture, manufacturing, and servicing, sectors that sustain the local economy and define the city's identity. Oxnard owes so much to the people who have built it into what it is today. These hardworking families deserve to feel safe, valued, and protected. By reaffirming and strengthening sanctuary policies, we ensure that those who contribute so much to Oxnard's economic, social, and cultural fabric can continue to do so without fear. This isn't just about policy, it's about people. It's about honoring the spirit of Oxnard and ensuring that our community remains a place where everyone has the right to live, work, and gather with dignity. Now is the time to stand together and commit to protecting the very people who make Oxnard the vibrant, special, and beautiful place that it is. In my opinion, and those in my extended family that have been part of Oxnard for over 60 years, Oxnard must be a sanctuary city because it's the right thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Veronica, and Veronica is going to be followed by Miguel. It's Miguel Mote. Hi, Veronica.
¿Hablar en español? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mr. Arthur, and council members. My name is Veronica Hernandez. I am a community organizer, and I'm speaking on behalf of the community organization MyCup, which represents the indigenous community and those migrants that contribute to the economy and also the culture of our city. However, at this time, many in our community are living in fear because of the new federal administration and the way in which their policies are affecting their immigration policies. We urge you to adopt the resolution for Oxnard to become a safe city, so that can bring real protection, not just symbolic measures. Specifically, we are asking for policies that will forbid that resources and city resources be used for the immigration laws, to guarantee the health and the safety of the community, LGBTQ community, avoid the immigration authorities to come into the detention centers, or medical centers, or hospitals, or clinics and schools, as well as colleges and universities. Protect the children and the youth from getting separated from their tutors or parents that are undocumented. In reality, our community in general, without status, is feeling impacted with this administration. And the fear that it has created is affecting the daily life for our communities. They are afraid to come out of their homes because of the detentions. And the fear of not being able to return to their homes, because there are families also that do not want to bring their children to school or treatment centers. The field workers do not want to come to work because they are in fear of being detained by immigration. And they are reluctant to denounce things to the authorities of the violations in their work area. When the only thing we've done is just to work hard. This is a significant contribution to the local economy. The migrant community is a valuable part of the community, and it helps to have this county be a place where people want to live, work, and participate in their community without fear to the applications of the immigration laws. We're asking you to take proactive measures so you can update the resolution from 2017 and make city a sanctuary city to protect the dignity and the lives of the migrant communities and other vulnerable communities. We urge you to add this subject to the meeting, to the next meeting, to the next council meeting. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Muchas gracias, Verónica. Vamos a irnos con Miguel, followed by Jorge. It's Miguel Mote y Jorge Ortiz.
Por favor, que hable bajito, sí, para que me escuchen. Sí, gracias.
Buenas noches, alcalde y concejales de la ciudad de Oxnard.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Mi nombre es Miguel Ángel Mota Hernández.
My name is Miguel Ángel Mota Hernández.
Soy un líder comunitario.
I am a community leader.
Organización del proyecto Mixteco.
And I am part of the organizing. Give me 1 second.
Estoy aquí.
Un momentito. Could somebody take this, please?
Estoy aquí porque somos trabajadores
I am
agrícolas
here because we are agricultural workers.
y tenemos mucho temor y miedo.
We are so afraid, we are in such fear of the raids.
Le urgimos actualizar y fortalecer.
We urge you to strengthen and update
Actuar la resolución de Oxnard.
the resolution that Oxnard took
Una ciudad segura.
of being a safe city
Una ciudad santuario.
to make it a sanctuary city.
Para brindar protecciones reales.
So you can bring real protection,
No solo medidas simbólicas.
not just symbolic measures.
Específicamente, solicitamos políticas
We specifically ask for policies
que haya protección para la gente trabajadora
to
agrícola,
give protection to all agricultural
porque
workers,
somos los que somos más afectados.
because we are the ones that are being more affected with the separation
Los niños ya no van a la escuela porque
from our children who do not want to go to school because we're in fear.
y le pedimos que tomen medidas prácticas para
We
actualizar
are asking you for practical measures
la resolución del 2017,
to update the 2017 resolution
realmente hacer que Oxnard
and truly make Oxnard
sea una ciudad santuario
a sanctuary city
que protege dignidad,
that protects
vida de la comunidad.
the dignity and the life of the migrant community.
Otras comunidades vulnerables les animamos a agregar esto
And other vulnerable communities.
en la agenda próxima
We urge you to add this to your next agenda
reunión del Consejo Municipal.
of the council meeting.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. We'll move on to Alondra Mendoza. And Alondra, you're going to be followed by Eulalia Mendoza.
Buenas tardes, alcalde MacArthur.
Good
Buenas
evening,
tardes.
Mayor MacArthur and council members of this city. My name is Jorge Toledano Ortiz. I am the manager of migrant communities of MyCop. And I am speaking on behalf of the community of Proyecto Indígena MyCop, which represent the indigenous community of MyCop and our city of Oxnard, which contributes to the economy and culture of this community. At this time, our communities are living in fear because the new administration and the federal administration and in the way they are conducting their policies, their immigration policies, which are affecting our city. We urge you to update and strengthen the Safe City Resolution and go into Sanctuary City so we can bring real protections, not only symbolic measures regarding how you should not allow the use of resources and staff of the city to apply the immigration laws. We need that you can guarantee the safety and wellness of the LGBTQ plus community. Impede federal authorities to go into immigration and not go into detention centers or medical centers, hospitals or clinics, as well as schools, colleges and universities. Protect the youth from being separated from their tutors or from their parents that are undocumented. I have listened to my community that works in the fields, and they are so afraid to go to work and run into ICE. They are also contributors, but they do not understand that we have the right to live in peace. The children of these agricultural workers are 7, 8-year-olds. They don't understand. Those children do not understand why is immigration looking for these parents. How do we explain it to these children so they can understand what's happening? We deserve to live better, work peacefully, and contribute to this great county. We ask you for proactive measures so you can update the 2017 resolution and truly make Oxnard a sanctuary city that would protect the life and the dignity of the migrant and other vulnerable communities.
Les incitamos para que pongan
We
este
urge
tema en la
you
agenda, en la próxima
to
agenda.
set this item in the agenda for next meeting.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening.
Alondra, and then Alondra is followed by Laila Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and City Council members. My name is Alondra Mendoza Martinez, and I am a community advocate with Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, which represents the indigenous immigrant community that contributes to our city's economy and represents and culture. However, at this very moment, many in our community are living in fear due to the new federal administration. We urge you to strengthen the current Oxnard Safe City resolution to provide real protections, not just symbolic measures. Specifically, we request policies that prohibit the use of city resources and personnel for immigration enforcement, ensure the safety and well-being of the LGBTQ plus community, prevent federal immigration authorities from entering healthcare facilities such as hospitals, clinics, schools, colleges, and universities, protect children and youth from being separated from their undocumented parents or guardians. A Know Your Rights workshop was launched within the program where I work, and it is the first Indigenous Health Committee. Some leaders of the committee have been calling us to ask about the immigration detentions that are going on in the city of Oxnard. They also share their concerns that they no longer feel safe when they leave their homes, even when someone knocks on their door, and even if it's just a family member who's visiting them. Our families are terribly worried. Last night, I went out for a walk with my pet, and I saw my neighbor who was afraid to enter his house. He approached me and told me he saw an unknown car with yellow lights on, and he was afraid to enter his home because he did not know who they were. I offered to accompany him to his house as we approached, we noticed it was just a police car. In a community where there has been peace and trust in the police, people are now afraid to see anything unusual because they can no longer distinguish between a local or a federal police officer, especially at night. We asked you to take proactive steps to update the 2017 resolution and truly make Oxnard a sanctuary city that protects the dignity and lives of the immigrant community and other vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Alondra. We'll move on to Laila, and then followed by Juan Diaz.
Good evening, Mayor Arthur and council members. My name is Eulalia Mendoza. I am a community organizer, and I'm speaking on behalf of the MICOP organization, which represents the indigenous communities, the migrant communities that contribute to the economy and to the culture of our city. However, at this very time, our community lives in fear because of the new federal administration and the way that these policies are affecting our community. We urge you to update the resolution, the current resolution of Oxnard, from a safe city to a sanctuary city, so that you can bring true protection and not just symbolic measures. Today, I would like to tell you about a story I heard yesterday. It's about a single mom.
Yo vivo en la ciudad de Oxnard.
I live in the city of Oxnard.
Trabajo en los campos agrícolas.
I work in the agricultural fields.
Si un día me llegan a agarrar,
If someday I get caught,
¿qué va a ser de mis hijos?
what's going to happen to my children?
Mi mamá tampoco puede recogerlos.
My mom can't pick them up either.
Estoy muy preocupada.
I am so concerned.
Estoy entrando en depresión
I am falling into depression
por la presencia de ICE en Oxnard.
because of the presence of ICE in Oxnard.
No sé si ir a trabajar o quedarme con
I
mis
don't
hijos.
know whether I should go to work or stay with my children.
Uno tiene apenas 7 años y el otro
One of them is only 7 years old and the other one is 1 year old.
Todos los días que me voy al trabajo,
Every day when I go to work,
ruego a Dios regresar y ver a mis
I
niños.
pray to God that I can come back to see my children.
No sé dónde voy a buscar ayuda,
I do not know where to seek help
ni con quién voy a ir.
or who am I going to see.
¿Quién se va a hacer cargo de ellos?
Who's going to be in charge of them?
Nuestra comunidad y nuestra familia deberían
Our communities and our families should be able
trabajar y cumplir con
to
su
live, work, and go through their daily routines
tranquila y sin temor de la
in
aplicación
peace
de
and without fear of immigration.
Nosotros solo queremos trabajar.
We just want to work.
Le pedimos que tome medidas
We're asking you to take proactive measures
para actualizar la resolución del 2017
to update the 2017 resolution
y realmente hacer que Oxnard sea
and
un lugar
truly
santuario
make Oxnard a sanctuary city
que proteja la dignidad y la
to
vida de
protect
los
the dignity
migrantes.
and the life of the migrant communities and other vulnerable
Le
communities.
instamos a agregar este tema
We are urging you to add this to the agenda of the next council meeting.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you very much for your time.
Gracias. We'll go to Juan Diaz, and then Juan, you'll be followed by Raul Lopez, please.
First, I will say this in Mixteco on behalf of my community and say in English. Do you have your time? Okay, thank you. Derrando, alcalde MacArthur, Shin, concejales, Mina New Yo. Que Juan Carlos Díaz, tia ki era Kasha Ichina New. Yo kai no hondo, no honya proyecto Mixteco indígena, na ni, na new kachin, da inchichino hona jibi. Na ka itu na jibi na ko tutu na jibi na ndani minyu no de yo na jibi na sana ashaka costumbre minyu de yo mina kuntu mina ni kumichinyo mi inkashio tike kwa na jibi nde ijibi na que he migra no ndena nya shikando no hundo ya na nya shaka mi Oxnard mi teke na kutsando na jibi sa chika chibando nyu no kukunde ba anaya so kushito no nindo na jibi nya ka ando na kasando nya ka ko nindu na kasindo no homigra na ke hena beta tana no ko beta tabali no ka ku na jibi kutatana sa ti no ndo ni na balisa ko ana na ke he migra no huna Sana naki na tata na nanchiko apa na jibika kuka chinyu miyo no kambora na kanandani iminyo yo. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and City Council members. My name is Juan Carlos Diaz, and I'm a community advocate speaking on behalf of Mixteco Indigenous Community Organization, which represents the indigenous migrants community that contributes to our city's economy and culture. However, at this very moment, many of our community are living in fear due to the new federal administration and the way their immigration policies are impacting our cities. We urge you to update the trend the current Oxnard resolution from a safe city to a sanctuary city to provide real protection, not just symbolic measures. Specifically, we request policies that prohibit the use of city's resources and personnel for immigration enforcement, ensure the safety and well-being of the LGBTQ+ community, prevent federal immigration authorities from entering healthcare centers, hospitals, and clinics at schools, colleges, and universities, protect children and youth from being separated from their undocumented parents and guardians. The fear of detection and separation invades our community every day due to the presence of ICE in the city of Oxnard and its background. Families no longer go out to run their errands because of fear of encountering immigration. Parents can no longer go out to work in peace or take their children to school. They do not know when we will be the last time they see their children. The other time, I heard my mom telling my little brothers that she cannot take them to school because she is afraid that immigration will take her away and she will no longer be able to take care of them. Our communities and families should be able to live, work, and carry out their daily routines peacefully without fearing immigration enforcement. We ask you to take proactive steps to update the 270 resolution and truly make Oxnard a sanctuary city that protects the dignity and lives of immigrants, communities, and other vulnerable communities. We urge you to add this item to the agenda for the next City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Raul Lopez. And Raul, you're going to be followed by Erica Valenzuela. Raul.
How's it going, Council? Good night. It's good to see you guys again. It's been a while. I know some of you I don't, but it's good to see you guys. And Aaron, what's up? Good to see you. So I'm just here to, try to touch. I did some of this work, obviously. I think some of you guys are aware that I was one of the, co-authors for the Safe City Declaration that happened in 2017. Of course, I'm always gonna, the wish list is big, right? We wish that, we could get full legislative, actual teeth, right? Something that really would protect the immigrant population in Oxnard, but obviously that's not really in the books. Declarations are in the books. You guys have the power to do that. Even when I tried to get it, and there's a bunch of people here that were in that same struggle back then that are still here now. And so many people, so many people know that it's the right thing to do. Back then, the best we could get, and trust me, I went to every person on that days, and the only people that were willing to sit with me in a room was, I think, Brian McDonald and even Chief Whitney, because everybody was so scared of the political environment, so scared of, the more conservative faction of the city, scared of, I don't know what they were scared of, but the fears of the children and families right now, you guys aren't even in the same ballpark. They weren't in the same ballpark at all. So you need to understand that, yeah, we know Sanctuary City, for the most part, doesn't have teeth. But you know what it does? You just, earlier tonight, I'm glad you did it and proud that you did it. You declared Black History Month, right? What are the teeth on that? You're not giving reparations. You're not giving, what I mean is it matters. When the people just hear you say, we're with you. It matters, bro. It really matters. And they showed with the Safe City title, they showed that they were too scared to fully stand with you. So there's a lot of different people that don't agree on all the politics of each other's views and perspectives. Not everybody's gonna agree with me. Some people might not. But all I'm gonna tell you is, 2 weeks ago, my 8-year-old daughter came home asking, what does she do if her classmate gets deported? Just today, when I picked up my 15-year-old daughter, we had to have a conversation with her of her nervousness about my wife's, her own mother's, immigration status. And that it can possibly be either taken away or she could be taken away. And she's never even been to Mexico outside of being born there. So these are anxieties and worries and concerns that, fortunately for most of the people up here, we don't have to, but they do. So we're here trying to get you guys to just do what we should have done in 2017, declare sanctuary status. And beyond that, I myself took time to focus on my family, myself, and try to do better. So I suggest y'all do the same. Have a good night.
Thank you. We'll go to Erica. And then Erica, you're going to be followed by Heather Lunn. Yeah, is Erica Valenzuela here? If not, we'll go to Heather Lunn. And then Heather, you're going to be followed by Daisy San Pablo.
Hello, good evening, Mayor MacArthur and council members.
Good evening.
On January 8th, our community was affected by the Olivas fire, leaving the city of Oxnard covered in ashes and ominous skies. While the fire was quickly contained thanks to the rapid response of Ventura and Oxnard firefighters, the fear and uncertainty that now hangs over our community feels like a different kind of storm. ICE activity has been confirmed since the week of MLK Day, a day that is meant to celebrate our civil rights. This, our community, is composed of immigrants from across all social and economic strata. Last year's census reflects that almost 80% of the population is Latino identifying, including, but not limited to, persons of Mexican descent. Let's be clear, it is a known fact that the word immigrant is not synonymous with Mexican. There are Asian and white immigrants living in our community. However, ICE is not targeting them. Instead, their focus seems to be Spanish and indigenous-speaking communities. What steps has the Oxnard City Council done to defend and protect the families of over 150,000 taxpayers of various Latin American backgrounds that live in this city? What is the city attorney doing to protect families? The videos circulating online reflect the unlawful use of force and intimidation when a father was detained while waiting for his wife to pick up groceries. This happened right behind the police department building in the heart of Oxnard. During the apprehension, an infant was left alone and parentless in the car. To quote Callo News, the Department of Homeland Security has authorized law enforcement agents the functions of an immigration officer. This means law enforcement here has the power to detain undocumented immigrants and has real consequences for our community. We demand that the Oxnard Police Department refuse to sign a memorandum of understanding with the ICE and Department of Homeland Security. The records reflect that as of 2024, Oxnard PD was not working with ICE, and that needs to remain the case. To quote a community member, "I'm scared of getting picked up, but what else should I do? I have to continue working. I have to continue working." Mayor Luis A. MacArthur, it is time you stand with your community. Protect our families, protect immigrants, protect taxpayers who contribute to the high salaries of council members, many of whom come from Hispanic households, just like yours, just like mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. We'll go to Daisy San Pablo, and then Daisy, behind you, we'll go to Eileen Toltea. Go ahead, Daisy.
Good evening. My name is Daisy San Pablo. I just want to get out the way that although I am a governing board member for the Hueneme School District, I am not representing them here today. I am on behalf of all of my community to advocate for the council's consideration for Oxnard to become a sanctuary city. As we all know, the presence of ICE in our community has caused fear, distress, panic, but above all, an eagerness to engage and fight for parents, neighbors, friends, and classmates. I had the opportunity myself to participate in some of the numerous protests that have been taking place throughout the city, and I've seen firsthand how people are touched by our actions. People running out of their businesses, people standing on the streets with tears on their eyes, coming to us to cheer us and thank us for our initiatives, which have fueled me, like many others, to keep going and be their voice for all of them. And as empowering as that might be, there have also been some occurrences in which, yes, U.S. flags have unfortunately been burned. And although that is not a reflection of all protesters, I can understand the frustration of our youth. I interacted with two 12-year-old kids who were attending alone and were protesting harder than anyone around on behalf of their parents who feared to be seen in public.
These kids and the rest of attendees know that their undocumented families are hardworking people. They see the sacrifices they make daily to be able to provide for them, and they shouldn't be burdened with worries about what will happen to their families or feel like it's their responsibility to do something, even though this has made our community incredibly proud of their resilience and commitment. Yet, I understand that not everything is as easy as we might think, since we acknowledge that ICE has to do their job to protect the nation, and I do agree that true criminals should be penalized and in some cases removed from the country, but not at the expense of innocent people being threatened and terrorized. The Oxnard Police Department has made statements reiterating their commitment to protecting our community, but we need to take it a step further. We can't do it alone without our local government backing us up. Making Oxnard a sanctuary city will most definitely not fix all of our problems, but it will give us the hope, security, and mental wellness we're desperately looking for. As a resident of this community, I have never seen such political interest from young people like I see today, and I truly hope that their efforts are not in vain and that we can positively contribute to the mental well-being of our children and actually let them be children without unnecessary traumas due to fear of having their parents taken from them. So again, I don't know all the technicalities of becoming a sanctuary city, but as our council, we turn to you guys for support. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. We'll go to Eileen. And Eileen, you're going to be followed by Myra Tamayo. Eileen.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Tolteca. I am here today as a concerned community member and a youth organizer to demand that you take action and make Oxnard a true sanctuary city. In the last few days, I have witnessed our community gripped by fear and uncertainty. Our youth are terrified, not for their own safety, but for the possibility of losing their parents, friends, and community members. I have heard youth share that they do not sleep because they keep ICE watches for their parents and for their community members. I have youth shared that they are scared for their friends, scared of what might happen if ICE enters your school. I have youth share that they are handing out red cards, printing them after school, using their free resources at the local libraries in order to help and support each other. They are stepping up, organizing Know Your Rights presentations for their classmates during lunchtime with fellow club members of different clubs and different campuses, distributing the red cards and mobilizing on the streets. Yet instead of recognizing their courage and advocacy, the mayor chose to publicly acknowledge them only in connection with an incident they were not involved in, ignoring the real work that they have done. A flag burning should not overshadow the true message of this movement. Do you not see the families marching together? The elders standing in solidarity? The voices demanding justice? Years ago, the call for sanctuary was dismissed as divisive and controversial. But what is more divisive than ICE tearing families apart and spreading fear in our community? In July 2017, Oxnard was designated a safe city, but that is not enough. A symbolic resolution full of performative words does nothing to protect our undocumented neighbors and community members. Our community should not have to live in fear in the very city they have grown to call home, a city that profits from their labor, culture, and traditions, yet refuses to stand by them when it matters most. As a concerned community member and a resident of the city, I urge you to take real action. Make Oxnard a sanctuary city and provide real protections for our undocumented community. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. We're going to go to Myra Tamayo and then followed by Justin Tolteca. Hi, Myra.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Mayra Tamayo. I'm here to demand that you make Oxnard a sanctuary city, for a city that claims to care for students, workers, farmers, and the people of Oxnard as a whole. It comes to a surprise that a city like LA, San Francisco, and Seaside have become a sanctuary city before Oxnard, a city that claims to be progressive through culture, language, and even education. It's difficult to believe that Oxnard takes this long to address people's concerns and safety regarding this issue. after hearing time and time again how progressive Oxnard is, but yet students haven't been protected with these policies that have been said were enough. We're tired of being ignored by the city of Oxnard. Discussions have happened in July of 2017. Oxnard was named a safe city, but this is a symbolized action, not one that is viable. We demand that you make Oxnard a sanctuary city to defend our students, to have safety for our families and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. We'll go to Myra Tamayo and then Justin Talteca.
Let me just clear my throat. It's a little,
Sorry. Go ahead, Justin.
Had a long weekend today. My name is Justin Tolteca, and I am a local youth that attends. I'm a senior currently at Pacifica High School, and I wanted to talk about making Oxnard a sanctuary city, but I want to give a different perspective because currently in high school, we've been rallying up people to protest and do walkouts. A lot of my friends, and honestly, it's kind of sad that we have to do this because sometimes, the people that are supposed to look out for us aren't looking out for us. So we have to keep in touch with each other, whether it's students or teachers. It sucks that, sometimes not teachers, but someone on campus tells us we can't be talking about this because it's too political. How is human moral political? How is basic human morals political? And it angers me so much because these same people be saying, you guys were burning a flag. Oh, this immigrant committed this, crime. For one immigrant that commits one crime, there's 100 more immigrants working their asses off in the fields, doing manual labor that no one else wants to do. But yet, they take the actions of one person and label us as all of us. And it sucks because, like I said earlier, the big people who are supposed to look up after us aren't looking after us. And it just hurts, man, because I've seen my own classmates cry in class. I've seen, people break down in tears, and it sucks because even the teacher's like, damn, I can't even do this. And it sucks. Why should we be living in pain to open doors to get Amazon packages, to get mail? Why should we be living in fear? And I hate it so much. I hate that we're ignored and we're brushed upon. This is why students are walking out to show that we care for our community. We care for our parents. We care for our friends who are undocumented. And people say, well, they're not doing anything. They're just, laying around, not doing any jobs, or they're stealing jobs from us. If we don't even have a job, we make them. That's why there's people selling oranges on the corner, people selling flowers, people selling ice cream, and people selling corn, And I got a question for you, Mr. Mayor. What drink do you like?
What?
What's one of your favorite drinks? Like any drink?
A drink?
Yeah.
Coke.
How do you like your Coke?
I like the Mexican Coke in the bottle.
Well, I like to drink my Mexican Coke warm because I don't like ice. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Josue Vasquez and then Claudia. Hi, Josue.
Hello. I'm a local community organizer with the Take Your Youth Group, working primarily with indigenous and migrant youth, many from whom come from mixed status households or are undocumented themselves. We host talking circles at local high schools such as Pacifica, Rio Mesa, and Wainimi to create space for students to openly share their concerns about their community and to provide them the tools to organize for their community. But what we don't do is go and scold them for exercising the right to speak up and mobilize. What we don't do is condemn the actions of the youth who are not afraid to speak up for their parents, siblings, neighbors, and community. In the last week, the youth of Oxnard have coordinated district-wide student walkout protests and organized rallies in support of our undocumented community. However, for Mayor MacArthur, a piece of cloth on fire was more urgent concern to address when schools were practically empty due to student boycotts protesting the presence of ICE in Oxnard. See, if you were to listen to the chants and read to the messages of the students' posters, you would see what we're asking for is for undocumented community members to not have to live in fear, for families to not be separated, and for a halt to ICE presence in Oxnard. What we're asking for you, those who are in seats of power, is to make Oxnard a sanctuary city and take actionable items to protect undocumented Oxnard residents. In anticipation of council members utilizing an argument to the extent of funding or the point of the term sanctuary being too political or too controversial, I ask you to take a moment to think about the child who was left sitting in a car while ICE agents took away their parent right outside of this building. Community members, youth, and allies have mobilized by hosting Know Your Right workshops, handing out red cards, and volunteering their time to ensure our community feels some sense of ease that their children won't wake up to their parents missing. We're doing our part. Now it's time for you to do yours. Make Oxnard a sanctuary city, keep families together, and put people over profit. Thank you.
We'll go to Claudia, and then Claudia, you're going to be followed by Carla Alejandra. It's Claudia G.
Good evening.
Claudia.
Hi. I work for a local nonprofit in Oxnard. Although I don't live here, we do serve the community. And I'm not going to say anything that you haven't heard already. We care about our community. I care about our community. I care about the people who can't speak for themselves. And I think you should be empathetic and even just consider, creating the sanctuary that they're asking instead of having it just as a safe space. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I do feel very passionate about this, and I don't think that people realize. A lot of people do. It's their everyday life. But even people who want to do things the right way, it takes time. My parents took 15 years to become residents, and I can't even imagine what children are going through, not knowing if their parents will come home to work. Just consider it for your community and the people who work here and feed you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Carla, and then Carla, you're going to be followed by Ludi.
Last week, a father was taken across the street right behind your offices. That same day, another person was taken across town. This person, we have confirmed, had no criminal record. There's a lie being spread that only undocumented people with criminal records are being taken. Just like the lie about OPD not colluding with ICE. The police chief said it himself after the fact that ICE contacted OPD, letting them know they would be in Oxnard on Monday and Tuesday. OPD, knowing that ICE is in Oxnard, taking people is them working with ICE. We exist in a point in time where bold stances need to be taken, especially against an administration that is hell-bent on targeting marginalized communities. Knowing that ICE is in Oxnard, ripping families apart and not informing the community of their presence is working with them. 8 years ago, City Council lacked the conviction to declare Oxnard a sanctuary city, choosing instead to be cowards and declare it a safe city. The words in the 2017 resolution mean nothing. We don't want ICE in the community. We don't want deportations. As soon as OPD gets the call that ICE will be in the city, a notice must be shared with the public. We want nothing less than that. Will you be cowards like your predecessors? Or will you actually do something meaningful to protect undocumented Oxnard residents? You are currently allowing OPD to pay cops overtime to stand around, gossip, and block traffic down Saviors. As of now, you have done more to prevent youth and community from expressing themselves against oppression than do a single thing to protect vulnerable Oxnard residents. But paying cops who have and would use violence against community has been the priority of this city since its inception. Some of you are worried about a sanctuary city due to funding, but have no issue shelling out the city budget to cops.
We'll go to, thanks, Carla. We'll go to Ludi. Ludi, you're going to be followed by Jasmine.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Good night to everyone. No?
I'm here. I'm here representing Macario and Rosaliano and Samuel. They were kidnapped by ICE. They were taken away the same as it happens in our country when people are kidnapped. They were kidnapped from the sidewalk as they were going to work at 6:10 a.m. Same way. No explanations. They put them in the car and took them away. We know perfectly well because we have helped one of their families. No record. Not even like riding a bicycle, one of them. Not. He hadn't even like run a red light. One of them, it says someone very shy. Even when we talk to him, he will only say yes or no. But what's the deal? A while ago, when I was talking, I heard someone there in the back saying they're just coming here for the criminals. No, that's not true. They just come from whomever they find, and if they find him or her, take them away, because their job is just to pick people up, and they have to fulfill their quotas. What didn't happen other years is happening now. Is they're terrorizing us day after day, day after day. We see a notice from ICE saying we picked up 1,000 immigrants and took them back to their countries, 720 immigrants per day. Tell me if that's not terrorism. Tell me if we're, how can we feel safe like that? I totally refuse to leave my home without something that represents me as a citizen or someone with a legal status. I refuse. I'd rather have ICE taking me away to do that. I won't. I'm not going to give away my freedom. If I have to fight, even if with my cane, I will. But I won't. But I will not give up my freedom. We maintain the economy of this country. Those who you call criminals have paid $382 billion in federal taxes. And in state taxes, we paid $19.9 billion. And never have they asked for that. This disability, in my case, I learned to work when I was undocumented, I didn't want. And I kept working, and I never got any unemployment or disability. And last year I paid $10,000 in taxes. And and then when someone comes across the street and sees me, is going to call me a criminal just because of the color of my skin. So tell me, if after $882 billion plus $19.9 billion, if us, the immigrants, were not part of the economy of this country? That's it.
Gracias, Ludi. We'll go to Jasmine. And then we'll go to Brianna Becerra. No, Pat, you haven't come up yet.
Hello, council members. My name is Hasmeen, and I'm a resident of Oxnard. I'm here as a concerned citizen that asks that the City Council take urgent steps to establish Oxnard as a sanctuary city so that we can further protect our community and families from ICE. ICE, a violent entity that has a history of racial profiling and abusing human rights. ICE, a creation of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which celebrated 20 years in 2023. That's 20 years of white nationalism and the terrorization of Middle Eastern, South Asian, and Arab descent people and Muslims. And the terrorization and protection of whiteness continues here in our community with the presence of ICE. Making Oxnard a sanctuary city is a courageous act that will place us in solidarity with other cities while protecting our immigrant community members. And more importantly, you will be making a loud statement to the felon holding the seat of president that we, as a community, will not comply with racist and violent practices that dehumanize people and separate families. I'm not here to build a case around the positives of immigration, because no human is illegal on stolen land, and specifically here on Chumash land. I urge you to prioritize this on the next agenda. Making the city a sanctuary city is the least we can do for our immigrant siblings. And to the students using their right to protest, go read about students protesting the Vietnam War and the genocide the US was committing against the Vietnamese. You are our wildest dreams. Keep going, keep protesting.
Thank you, Hasmeen. We'll go to Brianna Becerra and then followed by Martin Casares. Hi, Brianna.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Becerra, and I'm a first-gen student at Ventura College. I'm here to use my privilege to speak and represent not just myself, but the countless individuals in our city who believe in justice, compassion, and inclusivity, as well as for those who are afraid and unable to speak up. People are afraid to speak up and help better our community and support those who have lived here and worked their whole life, because the simple fact is we don't feel supported by our own city. Today, I'm asking for the support to transform our city into a sanctuary city where everyone is treated with dignity, respect, and fairness regardless of their immigration status. I have lived in Oxnard my whole life with my parents who immigrated here and became U.S. citizens due to the Immigration Reform and Control Act, which was signed by President Ronald Reagan in November 1988. It was thanks to my grandparents who migrated here to give my family a better life. They worked just as hard as everyone in the field. And I don't know about you, but when I think about Oxnard, I think of an inviting and inclusive place filled with diversity, equity, and culture. We represent Oxnard. We are asking Oxnard as a city to support and protect their people. The next generation to grow up in Oxnard should be able to have the same idea of the city I grew up loving. That idea is I believe that Oxnard is a safe place for families regardless of their immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Casares, and then Martin, you'll be followed by Greg Runyon.
Good night, or good evening, Mayor MacArthur and council members. I'm also here in support of this community to make this the Oxnard city from a safe city to a sanctuary city. I also want to remind you when COVID-19 happened, how the field workers were considered essential workers. And also what happened when the mayor in Florida kicked out the immigrants, and how the economy just tumbled down there, how the fields went fallow, how also, and there weren't people to work in construction. The same thing happened in Alabama, and the same is happening here in California. When they expel the immigrants, who will then harvest the fields? It's the immigrant workers. And so also the people hiring this, other people suffer losses. They get to lose also because there's nobody to harvest the fields, which is also happening with the children who lose their parents when ICE comes for them. That's the new virus now. These children now are parentless, having been separated. We want your support to make of Oxnard a sanctuary city, because we also have our rights. Thank you very much.
Mr. Greg Runyon, and then he's going to be followed by Noemi Dunge.
Mayor and council members, it's good to see everyone. And, you know, there are things that are more than just, are we a sanctuary city? Are we a safe city? Or this? I just think there comes a point where it's got to be about human rights and about treating people the same, no matter who you are. And I was thinking really hard about this. I think we believe in the American story. If you come and you work hard and you do things, right? But I hope everybody will just give me a second. I also was thinking about, we have people and how they came in the country, this, that, or the other thing. There are some folks who don't believe in redemption, and they don't believe in restoration. They don't believe in second chances. We are a country of second chances. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand our country. And I want to say something. It's not about the color of your skin. It's about the character and content of your heart. That was said by Martin Luther King, but it was also said by Cesar Chavez. And the whole idea here is we've got to get past this idea of it's one race to we're all the human race. And that we're all about trying to do what's better to make our city better, to help the people that are in it, but to protect the rights of all who are here. All. There are folks that are in our community that have come out of prison, that came out lawfully, and we attack them. There are folks that are here who've never been caught for a crime, who've committed many crimes, and we protect them. Because that's what we do. We're a country of good. We're a country of help. We're a country that says, I want to help my fellow man and my fellow woman and make them to have a better world. We don't have a better world when everybody's protesting all the time. We have a better world when people come together all the time. And doggone it, if you want to be leaders, learn how to bring the people together. Don't divide them. We live in a world, it's very easy. I could stand up here and in 5 seconds get everybody mad at me. But the trick is, in 5 seconds, can I tell everybody I love them and have them believe me? Can I tell them that I'm here to help them and have them believe me? Can I disagree with someone and still like them? That's where we're at now. This isn't a race issue. This isn't an issue like that. This needs to be a human issue. And y'all need to figure it out. If you want to call it a sanctuary, call it. But you know what? What matters is I'm going to stand with people because I want them to have a better life. I want their kids to go to college. I want my neighbors to like me. I don't care what your skin color is. I care what your heart is. And that's where we need to land on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Noemi, and then Noemi, you're going to be followed by Gerardo Santos.
Buenas tardes. I'm here to urge the Oxnard City Council to declare Oxnard a sanctuary city and more. I'm here representing myself today. I was born in Parangaricutiro, Michoacan, Mexico, and grew up as an undocumented member here in the city of Oxnard, where I found sanctuary and safety and culture and love. I grew up under the ESL programs that were previously mentioned with the folks who received the proclamation earlier. And I too went through a rough patch in my adolescence as a teen, such as the young lady from Frontier who also received the proclamation today. The difference was that I was undocumented. And today we continue to see those inequities in the so-called justice system. Different consequence for the skin color and for the mistakes that we do. While white people get a slap in the wrist, brown people who look like me get treated as inferior by a racist system that is used to psychologically, spiritually, and physically tear our communities under the guise of a system of protection. Our community is already not comfortable calling the police due to a long history of racial profiling that I have seen from the age of 3 until today. Due to the Ventura County Sheriff's and Police's choice to continue collaborating with ICE and the inaction from this City Council, we may see an increase in crimes. I work for a local nonprofit who supports local migrant indigenous survivors of domestic violence and mental health. We're seeing an increase in our mental health crisis and a continued drop in trust in this government at all levels. We have seen our indigenous restorative justice programs work to decrease crime. Now, ICE is getting in the way and doing the opposite of what they mask. No one is illegal on stolen land. Everyone, especially our loving brown families, deserve to stay together. Our families are not only a source of income, but also deserve to live in joy. I urge you to add the sanctuary city item to the next city council meeting agenda and for you to form a diverse community committee primarily made up of migrant indigenous community to lead us towards safety solutions that actually work. Thank you.
Thank you, Noemi. We're going to go to Gerardo Santos, and Gerardo, you're going to be followed by Carlos Munoz.
For thousands of years, my ancestors have walked these lands, and for the last 500, we've not been allowed to exist here. We are human, and for the love of humanity, you have to stop fascism, even if it's right next to you. With this said, I stand against the brutalization of the Silva family in Colonia at the hands of Oxnard police. On January 17th, Joel Silva, 16 years, and recently graduated cadet, along with his little brother Abel of 12 and their mother Jackie, were beaten and battered by Oxnard Police Department. As an instructor, as an educator, I worked to build up these people, these young people. And then just for the police to break all that up. My mother used to say, lo que haces con las manos, lo destruyes con los pies. What you make with your hands, you destroy with your feet. How is it that we work so hard to keep these children educated, healthy, combating with all the mental issues that they're having, just dealing with poverty and now with this? And then for the police to go and do whatever they want to do. I know that you're being charged right now to help the community, to stand up against Trump and his fascist cronies. But at the same time, if you can't even keep your police department accountable, how's that even going to come about? Now look, I'm enraged because, like I mentioned, I am an educator. I work very hard to uplift these children. And so for this to happen, I don't understand. So just to bring that up about the burning the flags, I mean, that's another issue as well. But if people burn flags, it's because the country has let people down. How do you expect people to wave anything around and be proud of it? So as they burn those flags, that means that the country has become illegitimate in our hearts. But in truth, as I mentioned before, my ancestors have walked these lands for thousands of years. This country, in fact, is illegitimate. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerardo. We're going to go to Javier Garnica, and then Javier, you're going to be followed by Carlos Munoz.
Hello, council members. My name is Javier Garnica. I am a community member, specifically here of Colonia. I'm also representing Future Leaders of America, which is a community that, a organization that serves youth, primarily Hispanic, low-income youth. So, like I said, I work with youth, and I am here to express my support in making Oxnard a sanctuary city. I can tell you that there's a lot of fear in my youth. And not just in them, but also in their families. Some of them didn't show up for that same fear, right? Like, just think about it. Like, a youth fearing to come and speak and advocate for their parents because they're afraid of being separated. How can it, and also, like district, worrying about attendance, right? But think about it. How can a student learn or be worried about their studies if they're more worried about their parents being separated or them losing their parents or their peers? How can a student learn or go to school if their parents are afraid of coming out and going to work or going to get healthcare? If their parents are going through those same worries, don't you think students are going through them as well? That's the future of our city. That's the future of our country. So with that said, I just urge you to add this onto the agenda of the next meeting. Let's protect our youth. Let's protect our families by making Oxnard a sanctuary city for our undocumented community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos Munoz. And then, Carlos, you're going to be followed by Arely Garcia. Yeah, Carlos Munoz.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Carlos Munoz, and I am here on behalf of my community. I'll be here speaking amidst the recent events that have happened in our city. The people of this city have been living under the fear of family members being taken away from them. People for the past few days have been protesting and raising their voices for those who can't do so, for those who we truly love and don't want taken away from us. According to the Fourth Amendment, unreasonable searches and seizures are illegal to the people of this country without a legal warrant signed by a judge. So with that, why must an innocent person be unjustly arrested for not being a legal citizen of this country? This country was founded on the impression that it was full of immigrants and built from them. So why must someone from a different country be sent back from one place they were once running away from? They should hold that he once escaped and being sent back there because of the immorality and ignorance of one single man. The American dream, my people once dreamed of chasing, shot down and seen no more than a dog chasing a squirrel. That dream of a better life for their children all crumbled up like spare change. The people who make the food on your table be a possibility should be kicked out, should they? They work their asses out on the field because when the hell do you see a white person do that? This isn't about politics. This isn't about economy. This is about the safety of my people and the future of this damn country. This city should be a safe place for my people. And if we don't do something about it, we sure as hell will. And with that said, I respectfully request that you take all requests regarding ICE and the protection of legal citizens to heart, because we sure as hell won't stop until something is truly done. And that goes specifically out to you, Mr. Starr. Hopefully the AC gets cooler tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. We'll go to Areli Garcia and then Aliana Ramirez.
Good evening, council members. Before we start, I would like to make sure that all council members are paying attention and listening and being respectful, especially you, Mr. Starr. I would like to remind you that you chose to be a council member, so you have to listen. I can repeat it. I would like to remind you that you chose to be a council member, so it is your duty to listen to your community with respect and show basic kindness. My name is Areli Garcia, and I am the Poor Wainimi Youth President with Future Youth of America. I am here today to express my concern for the safety of our undocumented community members and would like to ask you to make Oxnard a sanctuary city. Making Oxnard a sanctuary city for immigrants would send a powerful message of inclusion, compassion, and support for those who contribute to the community in countless ways. By offering legal protections and limiting cooperation and with federal immigration enforcement, Oxnard will foster a safer environment for immigrant families, allowing them to live and work without the constant fear of deportation. At some point, I was a little girl living in constant fear of her dad being taken away. Nobody deserves this. I know what it feels like to not understand why people would ever want to take her loving, caring dad away from her. This is not fair. My dad has given more than half of his life to Oxnard, and you mean to tell me this very city that he gave half of his life to cannot protect him? No kid should ever have to hug their parents tight, not knowing if it's the last time you will see them home. This step to make it a sanctuary city would not only demonstrate a commitment to the human rights, but also strengthen the community's diverse cultural fabric and economy. As immigrants often play vital roles in local industries, embracing sanctuary policies would reflect Oxnard's values of justice and equity, providing a model for communities across the country to prioritize the well-being of all residents regardless of their immigration status. I believe that us as a community, and especially as a youth, have the power to protect the people who need it most right now. To close this, I urge you guys to take action and make an effort in keeping our undocumented community safe. Having a dream shouldn't be dangerous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Areli. We'll go to Aliana Ramirez, and then Aliana, you're going to be followed by Eduardo Huerta.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alina Ramirez. It is no secret that Oxnard is a home to immigrants that have been the backbone providing agricultural work, delicious food, music, art, and the embrace of culture, and so much more. But aside from what they bring, they all in all just deserve to live and be without fear or worry of their safety simply because they're human beings. In 2017, Oxnard was deemed as a safe city, but no actionable items have been placed to protect undocumented Oxnard residents. We as the community are demanding that Oxnard is a real sanctuary city. As city officials, you are often voicing to the public that you care about us and our well-being. Now it's time to show us with your actions. Protect those undocumented who are living in fear with protection plans of no longer allowing ICE within our city. Declare Oxnard a sanctuary city. Show the people of your community that you so-called care about that you are willing to take action with them, because we know we got each other's back, but do you have ours? Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. Eduardo Huerta, and Eduardo, you're going to be followed by Vanessa Turan.
Good evening, Council. How are you? So, circumstances, huh? First of all, let's say this. It's a migrant that gave you guys all an opportunity, right? We all know the story, which is in-house, right? What happened between when I ran against Gabe Turan and the issues that I ran, right? My focus was the migrant community. The oppression, the suppression, my family went through it with Gabe. when I ran against you. You had a lot of responsibility here, dude. I mean, the realization, when I ran against you, I highlighted a lot to you, and you decided to defame people's character, like a lot of these young students, obviously focus in politics and local politics, see how you guys show for yourselves, and I honestly, I can sit here and support them, right? Same thing with MacArthur. When you, obviously, Camino del Sol was the Camino del Sol Park, when we had that guy stomped over and he was hit. You had Paul Carganilla speaking to the youth or trying to clean up the mess and saying that you support the migrant community. You're out there, had a press conference here. It's, a lot of things. And so I'm just trying to, kind of gives you guys a little, it's hard for me to kind of let it all out there, only because I support my community and I support the work that I've done to move this community forward. So you guys, I hope you guys understand that as well. But you have to understand, I brought a lot of help for this community. Not for you, not for a Fisher to get a raise, not for Nguyen to defame my character when I'm at debates. And you guys only show what they're actually really speaking about. You guys really put our state, our country in a really mess. This community doesn't really know how powerful you guys are, how you guys hold elections prior before any election in the state, how you guys set the ground. Do you guys understand that? Or do you guys look the other way? You guys know Save the Media Group. You guys know the work that I did. You guys knew how you guys saw me as the villain. No, you guys, when we work together, local councils don't pick sides. Lulis, same thing with you. You felt offended by me many times. I don't sit here and, lie to anybody. Gabe, how many times would you bring a police officer to make me feel uncomfortable? Same thing with Nguyen. Micaela, the day that you had a little event here at the park, was it Bard Park? I brought you my mother, the migrant, that gave you the opportunity, has worked the fields with your mom. I mean, you should be, and they're here backing up your community, LGBTQ. Come on. I mean, that's shameful. You go out there and raise a gay flag for what? Because of a mistake in-house? So you throw our country in a loop and don't, all you guys should be up here apologizing to our country. In realization, the day that I saw Joanna here, Olivares, and I'm going to put her name on the books, Joanna Olivares, the show that she did, her and her family, and what these families are suffering. If you guys don't make that family take responsibility, then I don't know what to say to you guys. Because it's all the migrant families. My brother knows you, MacArthur. You told me personally, you know what I did for him. And I did it for the team, I did it for the state, I did it for everybody. I didn't do it for you guys to defame my character, period.
Thank you, Eduardo. We'll go to Vanessa Turan. Vanessa, and then Vanessa's going to be followed by Santino Mendez. Hi, Vanessa.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and City Council members. As you know, 1/3 of our city's population is Latino, Indigenous, and of immigrant heritage. Currently, the new federal administration's first legislative act, the Laken-Riley Act, is a clear attack on immigrant communities, reinforcing harmful white supremacist narratives that scapegoat those who contribute to our city's economy and culture. We recently supported a family whose Mixteco father was detained in broad daylight near the Oxnard City Council building, leaving his children and partner devastated. This act of enforcement sent shockwaves through the community, exacerbating fear and mental health stress among the Indigenous and immigrant residents, both documented and undocumented. Many now feel unsafe even leaving their homes due to the aggressive tactics ICE employs. As you know, in 2017, the City Council adopted a Safe City resolution instead of a full sanctuary protection. Now, more than ever, we urge you to take meaningful action to strengthen these policies and ensure that our community's safety is held. Symbolic measures are not enough. We need local legislation that provides real protections. Specifically, we ask for all of the policies that were stated today by our community advocates, our adult and youth organizers, and our community leaders, including policies that guarantee access to public health and social services, regardless of federal funding. Just as we invest in public safety, we must also invest in the well-being of the communities that sustain our local economy. We urge this council to act with urgency and accountability. Please add this request at your next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Santino Mendez, and then Santino, you're going to be followed by Stanley Espinoza. Yes, Santino.
Good evening to the council. To put it bluntly, do you guys care? And I don't expect an answer right now, but that isn't a rhetorical question. And you are going to have to answer when you vote.
Yeah.
Changing, forgive me, being a safe city doesn't mean anything. It should be a sanctuary city, truthfully. It's a half-assed measure. It doesn't have any teeth. And there's absolutely no power behind that statement by saying we're safe. The police still continue to operate and continue to collaborate with ICE. And truthfully, I have little faith that this resolution is going to pass because I've seen the smirks and I've seen the head shakes. I've seen the lack of interest, the lack of care that, frankly, is disgusting. You guys seem to care a lot more about the money than about your own citizens, than the people that you're supposed to be serving and protecting. Let me speak in a language that you guys understand. Your votes are public. And on this resolution, people are going to see how you vote, which way you go. That is going to affect your chances for re-election. Whether that be positive or negative is up to you. You hear what we want. It's up to you to decide. Are you going to stand with your constituents? Or are you just going to cast them aside? To my fellow Oxnard residents as well, don't expect the council or the people with money to save you. It's up to us to protect each other, and it's up to us to remember that there's a hell of a lot more of us than there are of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Santino. We'll go to Stanley Espinoza, and then Stanley, you're going to be followed by Jason McComb.
I just want to stand up here and say thank you to all the farm workers who continue to put food on our tables, to continue to work hard for their families, for their infants, and still continue to stand up here and say, look all you guys in the faces and say, I want more. Okay? Mr. Aaron Starr, can you please look up at me and give me that same respect?
I'm writing comments.
Okay, how about you put that down and look at me, please?
Come on, let's just
Thank you.
let's use some
Thank
decorum
you.
here.
Thank you. I have continued to sit here and watch you shake your head, clean your ear. Oh, do you still need a sweater? I could take mine off for you. Thank you for looking at me. My grandma came here and worked hard. 3 jobs, farm worker, Procter & Gamble, and sat in street corners and served all you guys, I'm sure, oranges, everything. I would not be where I am without her. And I'm standing here and saying, you need to give that same respect. You are what's wrong with this world. You standing here, shaking your head just like that. Yes, just like that. All you guys, I hope all you guys just stare this guy in the face. All you guys stare at him in the face and just notice, oh, okay. I would love to just, look, I have a minute and 10 seconds left. I would love to hear what's on your mind because you have a lot to say, it looks like. So go ahead, take my time. Please, Mayor.
No, Stanley, but he can't
Please,
answer. He can't answer. Remember the rules.
Say what's on your mind. Because all these people are here speaking of that they're scared. They're scared to walk out of their homes.
Yeah.
They're scared to walk out of their homes. And you are sitting here shaking your head. How is that any? We're here asking for basic human rights, human decency. And you shake your head. And I come up here asking respectfully to please fix your gestures. Please give these people the same respect. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Montero.
Mayor, can I ask you to ask the city attorney to explain the relationship of public comment and the action of the body, please?
Certainly, I'm going to ask the city attorney to just explain the reason why we can't comment as I explained when we opened it up for public comment, okay? If you can just clarify, city attorney, why we can't rebuttal.
It's his face. He's calling his comment, don't make faces.
Okay, hold on. City, just hold on a second, please.
So the council's own rules state that the council is not to engage with speakers. The speakers are to be permitted to say their piece, their 3 minutes at the podium. And after that, as we'll get into once the public comment is done, the council has extremely limited ability to comment on the non-agenda comments that the public submitted.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to Jason, and then Jason, you're going to be followed by Pat Brown. Thanks, Jason.
Recording in progress.
Hello, my name is Jason McComb. I just want to start off saying my opinion is my opinions. If someone don't like it, I'm sorry, but this is just what I state. My firm belief is if you come to this country, you come to this country illegally. If you come to this country illegally and you don't do it the right way, that's on you. If you come into this country the right way to get your papers and do what you got to do, then you deserve all the rights in the world. If you come to this country and do stuff illegally, then you should be deported.
Okay.
As I'm saying, I really don't care what people say because I have the right, First Amendment right of freedom of speech.
No, listen, please just give him his time. Everybody else got their 3 minutes. Just give him that decorum that we want to present here.
I come from a long line of family members who served this country. My family, on my mom's side, full-blooded Native Americans. They've been here before anybody else. They deserve, you can make fun of me all you want, I can give a rat's ass. But you know, I personally think if you serve this country and do what's right, you come to this country, you deserve the right benefits. You know, everybody can have their opinions, everybody can be the way they want to be, but if you start downgrading and putting people in a certain box, that's not fair. You know,
Listen, let's bring order here, please. Let's give him his time. Respectfully, we allow everybody to speak. We're into almost 2 hours. Let's give this gentleman his time to speak. He has every right to do so. Go ahead, Jason.
I don't care if you don't want to hear me.
Come on, guys.
I need to say.
Jason, go ahead. You have your minute and 20 seconds.
We have the right to say what we need to, and if people don't like it, fine. This is what people who want to have the right of people to come to this country the right way. And if you don't, I'm sorry. If you're doing illegal stuff, you should be gone. You know, I can care less what people say, and that's just me. We have other things going on in here in Ventura County we need to take care of. For instance, we have pedophiles over on a sober living with 6 pedophiles next to 3 blocks from a school. And this is another thing we need to fix, but everybody wants to complain about this or that or whatever. We need to do what's our priorities. And our priority is to do what we got to do, what's right. And that's my opinion. I don't care what anybody thinks. You know, I may have a disability under the rights of the ADA laws. I have a right to my opinions and a right to what I feel. So if people don't like it, keep on going. But we have the rights to do what we say. And I hope you guys will make the right decisions. Don't let anybody guilt you into doing what they want you to do. Do what you want to do and what your government has elected you to do.
Thank you, Jason. Come on. We'll go to Pat Brown. Pat Brown, you're going to be followed by Marco Lopez.
I'm 83 years old. I was born and raised in a southern part of Idaho, up there in the boonies. okay? On a farm. I was the first child, and the rest of them had to follow. Our father made us work for the same money that he would pay the Mexican people to come from Mexico to do the work. We were working right alongside of them. They got paid, we didn't, okay? And we had to work hard. And I got so sunburned that you would not believe. I mean, it was, don't anybody go near me, don't anybody touch me. I am just burning up. And I meant it. It was terrible. Of course, I'm just freckles and whatnot. Now, I don't see why the state of California can't get a special, and maybe some of the other states as well, get a special opportunity to bring up the Mexican people that want to work. As long as they're working, they're okay, and they can be here, and they can stay here for as long as they can have jobs. If they can't get jobs here, if they don't want to work here, fine, then they can go back home. I don't see why we can't do that. We've got to have these people here because the white people will not do the jobs because they're too lazy. And I know how hard a work it was because I was out there crawling on my hands and knees, weeding little gardens and all kinds of stuff. I mean, all day long, and I was stiff and just full of fire. I just felt I was so burned. Now, I can't see why at 83, I'm going to be 84 in 4 months, I can't see why we can't have any Hispanic people that want to come and work hard and get paid for it, work that white people won't do. What do they expect us to do? They want to have the food. We all eat it. We've got to figure this out because otherwise there's going to come a day when there won't be any farmers. Can you imagine not having any farmers?
Thank you, Pat.
No food.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We'll go to Marco Lopez. And
So-
Marco, you're going to be followed by Julie Pena. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Your time is up.
I would be willing to get
Ms. Brown,
together
your
with
time-
some
your time is
people
up.
and
Thank you.
try to change the problem.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay?
Brown.
Thank you.
All right, Marco. And then, Marco, you're going to be followed by Julie Pena and then Arthur Valenzuela.
Good evening. My name is Marco Lopez, and I'm here to represent my people, my Mexican country, and also I'm here to speak on what's happening in the world. First of all, I'd like to turn around and say, Viva la raza y viva Mexico. First of all, I'd like to say, with everything that's been going on in these past few weeks, these past couple of days, this whole thing about ICE deporting, families and especially with kids, I don't agree with that. They need to have the right, and they should get a chance to make their kids and their family. They deserve the right to be here. They also deserve to work their asses off and also provide for their kids. Because back then they weren't able to do it, but this time they could, and they're taking that privilege away, and they're taking all of that away. And because of that, for my people, I say we all have a right to be here. And every single Mexican that's right here, right now, that are what can say illegal, in my world, welcome to the United States. You're welcome to be here for as much as you want, for as much as you can. Because you deserve the right to be here, and you deserve a chance to work for your family, for yourself, and for other people as well. There's 2 flags over there. Raise them up real high, please. There's two signs up there. Yeah, sorry, my bad. There's one sign, this pink sign right here that says, make Oxnard a sanctuary city, no ICE, and no deportations. That needs to happen. And then that sign says, solo el pueblo salva la rabia. Or what did I say? Al pueblo, right? Yeah. People come from Mexico because they want a life here as well, not just over there. You know, my dad was illegal here back then, but what did he do? He worked his ass off to provide for me and for my two sisters that are sitting at home, and they're also working their asses off as well, just like everybody else here. And every single person that's right over here behind me that are Mexican, they're my people. And I'll do anything for my raza and for my Mexican country. And if I'm ever in front of ICE and they tell me something and they want me to leave, they're gonna have to kill me before I walk out of here. Because there's no chance in hell that I'm gonna let my people get deported because of their rules and what they like to do. So with all that being said, my people, you're welcome in this country. And I don't care what any of you say. Everybody here deserves a chance to be here. Viva la raza y viva Mexico!
Julie Peña, and then Julie, you're going to be followed by Arthur Valenzuela.
Oh, my goodness. Good evening, Mayor and council
evening.
members. You've heard it all. I know most of you. I've been following city council meetings for nearly 20 years. And I know a lot of you, and I know that this is not your fault. What we're experiencing right now is solely because our current administration has villainized undocumented immigrants, undocumented residents. They're residents. They're residents that have contributed and continue to contribute to our economy and our culture. I feel bad for what's happening right now and what you're hearing. I've heard some rash things that they've said about you, the police, and so forth. And I don't believe it. I know that your hearts are in the right place. I know that this is not your doing, okay? This is not your doing. They're asking for a sanctuary city. My understanding is there's no definition of a sanctuary city. Each city can make their own policies. So I haven't read the Safe City Ordinance, to be honest with you. I've reviewed the sanctuary city. I don't know what policies can be enacted or what you want to enact, but my understanding is that you can enact your own policies. And if that's what this community needs, to feel that you have their back, which I believe you do, I believe you can see their contribution to this community. You cannot say that they don't matter, that they don't count. If that's what this community needs to make them feel that you have their back, then consider a sanctuary city. I want to address the flag burning by our youth, and it's merely a demonstration of their frustration of betrayal from our country, from a country that they come to, that their parents have brought them to. Some of these undocumented immigrants, residents of our community, are here in asylum. Some of them were brought here by their parents as children. Some of them are waiting for court dates. Not all of them are criminals, as the rhetoric implies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julie. Arthur Valenzuela. Hi, Arthur.
Greetings. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. You all know me, Arthur Valenzuela, former council member for South Oxnard. In December, I told staff that I wouldn't come back and yell at the council, but one director told me not to roll it out. So here I am. Like Raul Lopez, who spoke earlier, I too was one of the founders of the Safe City Resolution. Akemi Von Flores from SEIU 721, and I brought several organizations together: CAUSE, MyCop, Planned Parenthood, ACLU, Future Leaders of America, and more. It took months of organizing, but we were able to get the Safe City resolution. This led to several citizenship drives over the following year. We did some good work, but the work wasn't complete at the time. I understand that there's some hesitancy from city staff of the fear of losing federal funding at putting forward a sanctuary city ordinance for Oxnard. This could cut funding to the threat of funding to public safety, to parks, to housing. But is that money worth these families from being torn apart? That will be your decision, and your voices will show the residents who have been protesting for at least 4 days how you want to respond. During one of my last meetings, I requested city staff move forward into a sanctuary city and look into doing a joint powers agreement with other cities if litigation was to occur. Primarily, Los Angeles, who has already done a sanctuary city ordinance. I'm happy myself on my own personal time as a private citizen and with personal contacts make these calls to Los Angeles Ledge Council and to some of the council members and their staff, relationships I built over the years about looking into a joint powers agreement for a sanctuary city ordinance. But please agendize this item in the future. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. That is it for, unless we have anybody, virtual speakers, we do? Okay.
Yes, Mayor MacArthur, we do have virtual speakers. And the first virtual speaker is Alejandra. Alejandra, can you please press *6 to unmute? And you have 3 minutes, please. Alejandra, can you please go ahead and unmute?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Mayor MacArthur, as a resident, I appreciate your engagement with students and your acknowledgement of the challenges facing our community. However, yesterday's social media post from your account missed the mark and dismissed. I believe I was unmuted. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Mayor MacArthur, as a resident, I appreciate your engagement with students and your acknowledgement of the challenges.
I'm sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you in here. There, we can hear you now better. Go ahead.
Can you all hear me?
We can hear you now, go ahead. You just broke up a little bit.
Okay. So, as I mentioned, yesterday's social media post from your account completely missed the mark and dismissed the Youth Clear efforts and failed to acknowledge their contribution. We've heard it all tonight, but one thing that has not been addressed is the active xenophobia that has infiltrated Oxnard City's residents and has completely dismissed the contributions from colleagues, peers, and different nonprofit organizations that have come up and spoken tonight. The fact that other news outlets and communities are acknowledging our youth for their commitment to justice speaks volumes. It is deeply concerning that their own city leadership has yet to do the same, instead choosing to distance itself from the actions rather than engage with their message. This has led to the spread of misinformation. This is not just about a flag-burning incident. This is about a generation that's mobilizing for their rights and their dignity, and it's being uplifted by sister cities and counties, while here at home, misinformation and misrepresentation continue to overshadow their efforts. Instead of engaging in fact-based conversations, reactionary rhetoric has taken a hold, clearly seen tonight. Beyond the political implications, this hesitation actively harms Oxnard's credibility, its culture, its people, its community members, its public safety and public health and the future. I urge you and the City Council to use this moment to really recognize the leadership of tonight's efforts of our youth and acknowledge their concerns and their frustrations to work alongside them to create meaningful change. Because if we do not, others will, and that would be a real loss to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next speaker.
Yes, Mayor MacArthur, the next speaker is Alexis.
Go ahead, Alexis.
Alexis, go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So I've heard a lot of people talk about today. I've heard a lot of people today talk about the children and what will happen to the families that are separated by deportation and ICE. Well, I am here to talk today because I was one of those kids. ICE picked up my dad when I was in elementary school. With collaboration of OPD, my father was picking up my 2 brothers from Miami High School when this happened. And I want to let everyone here know that, yes, it is traumatic. Yes, it does separate families. And yes, it does make life generally much harder. So I'm here to support Oxnard being a sanctuary city, but to remind everybody that that is a first step. Because the same issues that were happening when I was a kid 10, 15 plus years ago are still happening today. Yes, we need Oxnard as a sanctuary city, but we also need more resources for undocumented folks in general. We need more health services. We need more housing services. We just need wrap-around support for our undocumented community, especially for the next 4 years. And I understand that there is a fear about federal funding that is tied to specific terms, such as sanctuary cities, such as DEI, such as environmental justice. But I am fully confident that there is enough expertise in the virtual room and in that physical room to navigate the funding situation and to figure out how to continue to provide the City of Oxnard services despite the current administration's limitations and fascism. Yes, that is all I have to say. Again, I support Oxnard being a sanctuary city, but again, that is just the first step.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next speaker.
Yes, the next speaker is Christine Munoz. Please go ahead and speak. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Oxnard City Council, Mayor Lisa MacArthur, and most importantly, all of the concerned citizens who are standing up for our neighbors who are unfortunately being targeted by this current administration. It's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that it's only been 2 weeks into this new gruesome administration, yet we are already bearing witness to so many human rights violations in such little time. That brings me back to a famous quote that goes something like this: there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. These decades can be described to the immigrant community as nothing short of betrayal. To put it plainly, the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution keeps the federal government from demanding the city of Oxnard to use our own resources against us, which means it's up to those sitting before us today to make the right decision. I'll keep it short. At the end of the day, violence begets violence. ICE is committing human rights violations and are not solving any problems, but actually creating more. You may not see it now, but we will all suffer. Our material conditions will continue to deteriorate at an even faster rate if we don't take steps to defend one another, no matter how small. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Marisol Starr. Please go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes, please. Marisol, can you press *6 to unmute, please? And then you can start speaking.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a first-generation immigrant. My family and I migrated here in 1989 to join my uncle and my grandmother who worked in the fields. Like many migrants here in Oxnard, I had no idea how we would make a living, having fled violence and lack of opportunities for an education in Mexico. I watched my mom work 2 jobs for minimum wage so her children could go to school. We lived in a shelter and endured many hardships while we were undocumented migrants. We moved around a lot, but my mom never gave up, and we were all able to find good jobs and make a living. My mother is now a successful chef at a local restaurant, and all of us have had a good life through the opportunities we found and the great people we met here in Oxnard. Most of us have become U.S. citizens. I share my story because at this moment, there's an intent by the U.S. government to criminalize all undocumented immigrants and deport them, if possible through intimidation. I drive by the fields on the way to Camarillo every day, and last week there were no workers to be seen. The women that I minister to have asked me to let you know that they are afraid that their husbands or themselves will be deported. They don't want to go to the market and have isolated themselves, afraid to be separated from their children. I want to ask you to do everything in your power to protect these families by implementing measures that will enable these families to thrive. Their children need the opportunities that only come over time and knocking on doors. These children will be robbed of a good future if their parents are deported. The presence of ICE in town has paralyzed many families, and some have even lost their jobs. We know that immigrant workers do the jobs that no one wants to do. Many of us wouldn't last a day working in the fields. What would we do without them? Picture our local economy without them. These parents only want to give their life at work so their children can have a good future, just like my mother did for my siblings and I. Please don't go to sleep tonight thinking about how long this meeting was. Think about what you can do for your undocumented residents to help them to trust in your leadership again. Listen to the anguish and fear of the families. Please approve the sanctuary status for our wonderful city of Oxnard. Thank you, and God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go to the next speaker.
Yes, the next speaker is Isabel. Isabel, please unmute and begin speaking. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead,
Can you
please.
hear me? Thank you. So a lot of what was said tonight I'm just echoing the sentiment in that Oxnard needs to be a sanctuary city. Yes, a sanctuary city, not a safe city. Council members, as you can tell, I'm not alone in this sentiment. As a community member who values community, transparency, and justice. So the inhumane nature of immigrant detention and the violent force known as ICE has been a concern before the current administration. The multiple recent sightings and detainments are inhumane. Oxnard PD signed a joint statement with other county police departments stating that they will not participate in activities with ICE agents. That statement in its totality was just as empty as the gesture of proclaiming Oxnard as a safe city in 2017. Council members, I'm here today to echo the demand for the city to be a sanctuary city and the stipulations of that declaration to include direct protection, not giving empty statements that will willfully ignore, including willfully ignoring calls from ICE. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Nydia Bello. Nydia, please press *6 to unmute, and then you can begin speaking. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nydia Bello. I'm a resident of South Oxnard, and I'm a immigrant. I migrated to the United States when I was 2 years old, and I work as a policy advocate in Santa Paula with a local nonprofit. And I'm here today to talk about the need that our immigrant community has. They work hard every day. I see this in my family and at my job. And they care. I think I see that families just work really hard to raise and care for their families. And I think they deserve the best from you all as leaders. And they need you all to act now. And I ask that you add a city ordinance immediately as an item for your next city council meeting. The same way that you immediately added the OPAC item, you have the power to also add this as an agenda item immediately and find solutions for our community, especially so that we don't use our city's our tax dollars to help ICE separate families. Because our city thrives because of immigrant families, and yet leadership has been silent while people are being targeted in their homes and workplaces, and even like laundromats, and parents are staying home, too afraid to go to work, too afraid to go shopping for groceries, and afraid to take their kids to school because we know that ICE is targeting our friends and neighbors in our workplaces and on our way to school. And so I ask you to act with urgency so that people can have the resources, and regardless of the hateful rhetoric, people deserve care, and we all have rights, and you can do your part.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for your call in. Madam Clerk, can we go to the next speaker?
The next speaker is caller with phone number ending in 2981. Can you please unmute and introduce yourself if you like? And you have 3 minutes, please. Caller with phone number ending in 2981, go ahead and unmute and begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Odette Moran, and I am here to demand stronger protections for immigrant families amongst the many folks who you have heard today. I took the time to read the 2017 resolution declaring Oxnard a safe city and learned that this is a statement that does very little for our families. Oxnard raised me, and its land and its people continue to be close to my heart. And lately I have felt hearts constrict and search for air, tears that brew hot with truth from the reality that Oxnard is not a safe community for families. Oxnard proudly states that it's home to immigrants and for immigrant families, but please don't tokenize your community and add this item for discussion to your next agenda. Please start to take action on how Oxnard is going to go beyond statements and be there better for its families. It infuriates me that the Commission on Community Relations, who is supposed to watch community tensions and bring items like this to your agenda, has canceled meetings 3 out of the 4 times since October. We need a diverse community committee focused on keeping families together, not one that cancels most of its meetings. We need transparency, a full report when ICE collaborates with Oxnard Police Department, and anytime ICE is here in Oxnard. We need a proactive Oxnard who not only shares screenshots, but takes steps to demonstrate it cares for its people. Families, strong and resilient, I have seen crumble from the thought of going outdoors, from the reality of being split apart. All the while, the city of LA, even amidst wildfire disasters, is taking the time to go beyond resolutions and create ordinances for its immigrant families, like the Legal Immigration Defense Fund, transparency on any interactions with ICE. I'd like to see more from the city of Oxnard to get ahead on this issue. Do you feel the fear? Do you feel the uncertainty? Do you feel the power of young leaders leaving their mark and watching you? Oxnard families need more than statements. They need to see action from you, council members. I'm here to please ask you to add this item to your next city council meeting, and please come up with actionable solutions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your call in. Madam Clerk, can we go to the next virtual caller?
Yes, the next speaker is caller with phone number ending in 4018. Caller, please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and the public. My name is Douglas Bartello. I'm a 38-year resident of Oxnard, and this is the city I love. And I hate to see us torn apart by this. My wife is from Nicaragua, and she got her legal immigration status through a fiance visa. Her father waited 10 years to get his green card. And I know people in Nicaragua. I have many friends in Central America. I spent 20 years helping less fortunate people in Central America. I've been helping less fortunate people in our community, many of which are people of color. And this is a time where we're all divided. And I think what we need to know is that no matter what your background, what your race, what your story is, there's people of good faith, good character that may not be Latino, they may not be brown. So don't make assumptions about people based on their race, if they're white or whatever they are, but just based on their actions. And we also need to be very mindful with our own actions. I understand the fear. My wife is afraid. I know that. It's in my home that she's afraid she's going to be sent back to Nicaragua, even though she's here legally. It's a specter of fear that we just haven't experienced before to this level. And there's only so much our city council can do. And I think we need to educate ourselves and understand what the limitations of our legislative body is when we're talking about, national politics and policies. And it's extremely unfortunate, but I think we need to all come together and support each other. I think one thing our city council can do is something I've advocated from the beginning, is be more accountable, be more transparent, be more cost effective in the way you spend taxpayer money, because we've got a lot of families in Oxnard here that are hurting, and they need the help of our local government to give them a better quality of life. And I think that's what our council can do. I think we can have a council that is more responsive to people and what their needs and desires are, and be more supportive and your own accountability of our taxpayer dollars. Be more accountable to answering the phone. I've reached out to the mayor 5 times. I've never gotten a return phone call. That's not good responsiveness. I'm sorry. I think we have a lot of hope in our new council to bring some change.
Thank you, Mr. Portello, for calling in. Madam Clerk, can we go to the other caller?
Mayor MacArthur, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person at this time.
Sure, she can, yeah. Madam Clerk, does she need to fill out a speaker card? No? Okay, yeah.
Hello. We all heard that all our teachers tell us to be respectful, fair, and responsible, and kind, and what else? I forgot this. But sending immigrants away that work really hard in the fields, is that really responsible? I mean, the people that feed your children, that makes you have food, that grows your vegetables and your products, don't you think that we need those people because they're hardworking? Don't you think that if we take them away, that we won't have any more food or anything else? I mean, if we send them away, who would be the one farming? Who would be the one that would be responsible for the crops and the vegetables? And I would like to say that if it's really responsible to just send them away like they're nothing, then what else do we have? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no public speakers, we will move on to the next item in the agenda, which is item G, the report of the city manager. City manager, will you give your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a quick announcement that we'll get on the screen about the rains, but I do want to make at least, and I'm sorry that so many people who spoke tonight had to go home. I understand people have busy lives, so it would have been good to be able to respond. But I do want to say one thing to make it very clear, and that is our police department does not cooperate with ICE. That is not only a city police department policy, that's also California state law. So I just want to make that clarification. I don't know what the council's desires are about this issue going forward, but I'd be happy to be responsive and participate. So if we're moving on at this point, Diego, can you put up the sand slides, please? Just because we do have rainstorms forecast for tonight through Friday, we just wanted to let people know that we have sandbags available throughout the city. So there are two things I want to go over. So first is we have them in several locations. The Fire Station 7 at the city's courtyard, at Fire Station 6, Fire Station 8, and at Johnson Creek Park. So here we have sand out available 24/7, but it is self-serve. So if you believe you need sand to protect your property, those are the locations where you can pick them up. To get more information, you can call the Parks Division at 805-385-7950. We also have the information on our website, oxnard.gov/sandbags. Supplies are limited to 20 bags per resident. Also, if you're a senior or for other reasons are not able, you can also ask us to make deliveries to your property. Two ways to do that. One, of course, is to go to the website again, oxnard.gov/sandbags. But you can also call any one of our senior centers to schedule a delivery of sandbags if you're concerned about flooding at your home. So each of our programs can field calls: the Colonia Senior Center, the South Oxnard Senior Center, Wilson Senior Center, and the Palm Vista Senior Center. All this information is also available on our website. Now, let's hope we get good rain, but not rain that is destructive. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. The next item on the agenda is item H. At this time, a City Council, Housing Authority Successor Agency, Financing Authority Business Committee reports. At this time, a member of the legislative body may make a brief announcement or make a brief report on his or her activities. Further, members of the legislative body may request to schedule consideration of whether to place an item on a future agenda. This legislative body cannot enter into detailed discussion or take action on any item presented during this report. The members of the report shall not exceed 3 minutes unless additional time is granted by the presiding officer. We'll start with Councilwoman
Mr. Mayor,
Michaela
before you
Perez.
start,
Yeah.
we've been.
I would like to speak first, if that's okay.
I'm asking for a recess, actually. It's been 5 hours. And you know, 5 minutes would be really nice.
So, okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess. Okay. Okay, it's now 9:35, and we are calling the meeting back to order for February 4th, 2025. And just before we took a short recess, we were on agenda item H, where at this time, any council member can make a brief report on his or her activities, and we left off with Councilwoman Michaela Perez. Go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition, Mayor. I want to first take a moment to thank all of our speakers in attendance that came to speak tonight. It's evident that based on turnout in today's meeting and the demonstrations throughout the weekend, that our residents and community members care deeply about the protection of our immigrant community members. Movements are always led by youth. Oxnard youth that organized, shared their voice, and continue to share their voice across movements. Throughout the weekend, South Oxnard turned out and demonstrated, making it clear that our residents stand in solidarity with our immigrant population. As the District 6 council member, I feel it is incumbent on me to consider the demonstrations and comments from my constituents and to take action on it. I would like to request staff to consider vetting for credible resources and creating a section on the City of Oxnard's website for Know Your Rights information that contains pertinent information to know your rights in multiple languages, including all Indigenous languages for our community members to access and utilize. And once all of this information has been created and agreed upon, to share this on our city's social media and our neighborhood council packet email blasts. I would also like to ask that the city manager meet with and consider providing a grant to a local nonprofit for them to provide even more community education to inform our residents of their rights. In conclusion, I would also like to ask staff to work with our community organizations to review the current language of our resolution, conduct research relevant to 2025 policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perez. Is there another comment or any? Yes, Councilmember Perello.
I'd like to thank every one of the speakers that came and exercised their rights to speak tonight. And I'd like to make one specific comment about all the proclamations that we gave, and I'd like to address it to one specific person. The gentleman, Clark Owens. I've known this guy since he's been served for the Seniors Commission for 8 years, so I guess it's 8 years. The gentleman has been extremely instrumental in trying to get a new senior center located at Patterson and 5th Street. Tremendously instrumental. As was mentioned earlier, was involved in the Orcas, was involved in donation drives, was involved in a lot of stuff. That has sort of stalled, and the reason it is stalled is because there's litigation against the city of Oxnard with bonds. Otherwise, that would be moving forward. I did not want to avoid saying that. Clark Owens has been a tremendous advocate. And the council members that are up here and the people that spoke today, which the majority of them have left, they will be seniors someday. And I don't know that there would be any check of migration status to be able to use those centers. But I hope that we do not forget the senior center, and these people have been working forever. We all stand on the shoulders of grandparents, great-grandparents, and oftentimes we always look forward for the youth. So I want you not to forget that. Clark Owens, thank you very much for everything you did. And the other thing on a very important safety note, there's been a major recall of food today. Broccoli sold under the brand name of Market Side Broccoli Flidbits, produced by Braga Fresh Foods out of Soledad, California, by Salinas. The FDA put it at the highest risk for bacteria level, which can be, in the worst case, fatal. So if you got broccoli, the stores, 20 states, the stores that sold it were Walmart. Check out the situation on the broccoli. Those are my comments.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I too would also like to thank all of the speakers who spoke tonight in person and virtual, and took time out of their evening on a Tuesday to be here and again exercise their constitutional right to speak to their local government. And I appreciate Councilwoman Perez bringing up those points, and I look forward to any updates we can get from staff. And as she mentioned, I would like to reiterate, I hope that we can work directly with the community organizations who were here tonight and those leaders to see what we can evaluate in next steps here. So thank you for that. Just very quickly, some updates and then 2 quick points. First is the South Bank Neighborhood Council meeting. Councilmember Perello and I had attended that last week, and they had a number of items on their agenda relevant to their neighborhood. But one big thing is the levee work on SCR 3 has begun, and that's along Ventura Road, where you will see active construction happening if you're driving through there. You can go to the city's website and to the city social media, as well as the County of Ventura Public Works to find information on it, but that will be an ongoing effort for the next 2 years. Carriage Court Neighborhood Council meeting will be this Thursday at 7 p.m. at Curran School. I believe the city manager is on their agenda. Yeah, he says he is, so. All right, River Park budget meeting, I also attended a River Park budget meeting week before last, but I also have on my schedule this Friday is their second budget meeting, and then next Wednesday is their neighborhood council meeting, all at Rio Vista Middle School. Very active right now, that neighborhood council. So if you live in River Park or you're interested in these items, I encourage you to head out to that. I also attended the Alaska Airlines Flight 261 Memorial Ceremony. It was the 25th anniversary of the loss of that flight. And I had never had the opportunity to go to the actual ceremony. It was a very poignant event with families from multiple states and all across the Pacific region who came out to the city of Port Hueneme, to the memorial site, to recognize those who were lost in that flight. 2 quick things. They had mentioned this is likely the last organized one that they will hold, just because it is an effort for so many people to come to this one, but it doesn't mean they won't continue to recognize and remember those lost each year at the memorial site, and each of the respective, or a number of respective cities that passengers hailed from who were lost also have memorial sites. And so they'll continue having memorials on the date and time, January 31st there, but it won't be a large organized one, it sounds like, anymore. The other point I want to make about that was, to their credit, Alaska Airlines was there, 2 officials, and they stated on the record and stated on video, Alaska Airlines was responsible for the loss of life due to negligence on their part. And I just wanted to give them credit for making that statement. And it sounds like it was not the first time they had made that statement, but they wanted to reiterate this if this was the last large scale or publicly organized event they'd be having. So thank you to everybody who came, and thank you to the city of Port Hueneme for the invite for the city of Oxnard to be represented there as well. And finally, my last points, I want to thank our demonstrators, especially our young people in the city of Oxnard, who also exercised their First Amendment right to assemble and express their displeasure with policy decisions and efforts that were being made at the federal level. And on Friday of last week, I did stop by Plaza Park, where students had walked out from local high schools and at least one middle school and gathered to demonstrate their displeasure with these policies that are being put forward by the current administration. And again, we were only a few days since the inauguration. I also appreciate that the school districts involved supported that effort in those students exercising the right, but doing it safely and with decorum. There were small incidents, as happens with adults as well, but nothing major. But it is also to the point that they had school buses ready to go if and when those students decided, okay, I'd like to return to school. They were even discussing bringing lunch out for them should they choose not to return to school by the time it was their designated lunch period. So I want to give credit to the school districts who supported that effort and the students who peacefully and rightfully expressed their displeasure. And lastly, when it comes to the burning of the flag, I will just say that a few speakers mentioned it. While it may be offensive to some people, it is also a First Amendment protected activity as opined by the Supreme Court in case Texas v. Johnson from 1989, which was a split decision, but even offensive speech, even offensive actions, so long as they are part of protected speech, they are protected by our First Amendment rights. And every single human being in this country is afforded those rights, regardless of citizenship status, regardless of age, regardless of ability. We all have those rights. And I hope that folks will continue to get education and outreach and resources on those to be aware of them and exercise those rights, especially during these times. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And then we'll go to Councilwoman Rodriguez, please.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. I'm excited to share that last week, several of the new council members, myself included, attended the League of Cities training. So great onboarding, at least for the new council members like myself. A lot on our legal powers and obligations, fiscal responsibility, social media, and engaging with the public. So I'm very excited to share a lot of those learnings through my actions. Thank you, Councilmember Perez, for asking for, just action to some of what we've heard here tonight. I am concerned about creating false hope, and I know that I've talked to former council members about the terminology and the decision making. So if there are community leaders who are ready to co-create with the appropriate staff or elected officials who are here to represent the interests of the community, then I open that door and will also make myself available as needed and as available as possible. I also want to share that I started doing office hours at the library the first Saturday of each month from 11 to 1 p.m. So feel free to stop by and talk to your councilwoman. I am on my listening campaign, so please be patient. We had about 15 members of the community come. Not all from District 4, but I appreciate everybody stopping by. I will share some of your concerns with my colleagues, but there was a lot of great conversation around, our parks, our state of our parks, accessibility, just our quality of life, air pollution, and new development. So I look forward to briefings, but I still have a full-time job, so I appreciate everybody's patience. That's why I try to make myself available on Saturdays and after hours. So if I don't respond right away, I will respond. Just give me a second. Do you have comments?
Yeah, can you encourage people to get a library card?
Oh, who needs a library card?
Anyone who comes to the
Yes, I will
because you're
encourage
doing it at
folks.
the library.
If you don't have one, it's in my kitchen.
Thank you.
If you don't have one already, you must get your own. So yes, there was a lot of great conversation, and it's just one out of three things. You can come and meet your councilwoman. You can give recommendations or share any concerns. So I don't promise to have the solutions to all of our problems, but I do have an open door, and I look forward to co-creating and being problem solvers. So the OPAC was one of the conversations. I know that's on the agenda, so I won't get into the weeds with that, and the Carnegie and a lot of issues that were raised during the campaign trail. So I'm all ears, but I would like to ask from city staff to have a briefing on the water treatment and just the life of our water here for me to better understand and be able to answer questions from our constituents. So my next office hours, at least open to the community, no appointment necessary, will be March 1st, 11 to 1 p.m. So open door, talk to your Councilwoman Rodriguez, and I look forward to meeting folks in the community.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councilwoman Rodriguez. Councilmember Starr?
Thank you. I would like to very much thank the speakers that came today. Back before in 2020, we had adopted the voters, I'd written and the voters had adopted Measure M, the Oxnard Open Meetings Act, which entitles you to at least 3 minutes to speak. Before 2020, the mayor would have cut you down to a minute or a minute and a half. I think you deserve the full 3 minutes, and I'm glad you had that opportunity to do that today. I was looking over this minutes for January 7th, and I know there's a lot of great requests that the mayor made to put on future agendas. And I guess I have a request myself that we should maintain a list of open items that are being considered, just to know, have just reported each meeting what the tentative dates are for these future items, just to make sure it's all in one place so that it just doesn't get lost, because it's really easy for it to show up on a set of minutes and it gets forgotten about. So if there was a way that, I don't know whether the city clerk would work to put that together in coordination with the city manager, not sure. But that's a request I have. I think that would make it a way to keep ourselves in line with our expectations. I would like to thank the city manager for the advice to go to the League of California Cities meeting. I think it was really helpful, so I want to thank you for that. I do have a request for an item of business. When I was on the campaign trail, person after person after person was telling me about the problems with the homeless, and they want an anti-camping ordinance. I imagine that we can come up with something in Oxnard that is humane and yet also complies with the court's recent grants pass decision. So I'm hoping that something could be put together, because there was just a lot of demand for that. I will be meeting with Assemblymember Bennett to discuss whether there are changes that can be made to state laws so that violent felons are not operating sober living facilities, especially near elementary schools. I've also had a conversation with Caroline Grinder, a lobbyist for California League of Cities, is focused on this general topic. And at some point, I'd like to hear from the city attorney's office as far as what progress is being made to develop an ordinance that's not preempted by state law. I'm not expecting to say anything today, but hopefully at the next meeting you can kind of give me an idea of what the timeline is for that, unless you want to speak today. Good progress being made on the issue with the First and Roosevelt Streets intersection, where we had that terrible fatality. The traffic engineering team has reviewed the location and is recommending adding a red curb on the fourth leg. I think 3 of the legs already have red curbs on it, just to increase visibility, and also to provide safety enhancement to the corridor. The city will be adding cross-traffic does not stop signs at applicable locations on First Street. I think our sign vendor takes about 3 to 4 weeks to make and deliver the signs, maybe another 2 to 3 weeks to have them installed, depending on the workload. So I think we're looking at maybe getting this an improvement in maybe sometime in the next 7 weeks. At some point, I want to follow up with the city manager on a request for clarification concerning the existence and current status of a $1 million grant. I've got Sam Galucci of Gabriel's House, who handles it's a shelter for women and children. He's providing the extensive timeline of his working with the former housing director, Emilio Ramirez, on this, including showing me some past correspondence. So I'm hoping that we can kind of chase that down and figure out what's happened. Maybe with the change in staff there, it's hard to find records. So I get that. So hopefully we can chase that down. Progress is being made on lights. I'm not working on Cotland Way, and I'm expecting I'll receive an update on or about February 13th. I had a really great meeting actually with Carolyn Mullen over with OPAC. I'll say that she has passion for what she does, a real zeal. She even gave me an impromptu tour of the facilities there. Wasn't expecting that, nor was she, and I thought it was interesting. I met with Michael Wolf, our Public Works Director, to discuss the methodology of the replacement infrastructure use fee that's already been incorporated in the solid waste rates adopted last year, and I didn't even realize that. You might recall that I won a lawsuit over this, and that the city had to pay back $36.5 million from the general fund to the utilities because the money was being not legally, because it was being illegally charged. I don't think that the new IUF is legal. I can see that it could probably be challenged in court. Maybe that's something we can revisit at some point and decide whether we want to undo that. I had a meeting with Michael Wolf, Steve Howlett, and Javier. Javier, I had so much trouble pronouncing your name. I'm so sorry. Chagoyan Lazaro. Chagoyan, thank you. Great presentation on the golf contract. It inspired a lot of confidence in me, especially Steve Howlett's understanding of the golf courses. They're addressing the issues that I brought up at the council meeting meeting or two ago. And I think we're going to come up with a really good agreement that better serves the city and perhaps even enhance the facilities there. So hats off to Steve Howlett, especially on that. There's some issues in Rio Lindo Park where we had wood chips that are all around, and it was causing a fire hazard perhaps. And I know that staff is working on that, and I think they'll take care of that soon. We have an issue on the terminus of Ventura Boulevard, just to the east of Costco. We have some inconsiderate drivers that are performing stunts and donuts in the cul-de-sac in the middle of the night, and I know staff is looking at that and is having traffic engineering looking at that, see if that can be resolved somehow with some way to discourage that behavior. So I'm told that I might get a progress report like around March 10th. And, there's more, but you know what? I think I've taken up way more time than I should. One last thing, I do want to thank, once again, I want to thank the city manager again we have a constituent by the name of Phyllis Gubius who's concerned about the fire hazard of uncleared brush along Harbor Boulevard. And I appreciate that Alex was taking a really proactive approach to resolving this, even though it's actually technically outside the city limits. You got state property, you got county property. Strangely enough, I think we've got like a city property, but it's in county land. I'm not sure what that's all about. But I know that he's working hard on that, and I look forward to any updates he provides here, because it is a fire hazard. Even if it's not in the city, it's still a fire hazard that can bleed into the city. So that's everything today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Starr.
Mr. Mayor, it's almost 10 o'clock, so you will need a motion to continue the meeting beyond 10.
Should we have a motion on the table?
I'll make the motion.
Councilmember Starr? Okay, we've got Mayor Pro Tem Starr seconded.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Madam Clerk, do you want to take a vote?
Yes. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We'll proceed with Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers that came out and also acknowledge all the protests that happened the last few days, shutting down of saviors. I want to make sure that we as a council do not give any false hope to anybody. I also want to make sure that we understand what the unintentional consequences of our actions are to this community. I came in last week to work. As you know, I work for another city. I work for a federal program. I came in and my bank account that serves the most vulnerable people, the most poorest people of the community was shut down. We did not have a penny to our name. This is a lot bigger than us. This is the Trump administration putting forth their agenda, which he won the presidency. It was, in my 22 years at the city, it was the toughest day of my career. The actions are real. The threat is real. The fear is real. Oxnard gets a lot of money for their federal programs. They serve the poorest of our community. CDBG, ESG, homeless programs. Not only police, I know people are saying police, police, yes, they get money, but it serves the people that need it the most. These programs are there to benefit our community. I heard today questions, are you afraid? Absolutely, I'm afraid. I'm afraid for what the next 4 years are going to look like. I'm afraid for what the community is going to go through. So for the speakers that asked that question, am I afraid? Yes, I'm afraid, but I'm even more afraid of what our decisions are going to cost the residents of Oxnard. One speaker said that if we're going to choose money over human decency, my answer automatically would be absolutely not. But we are going to hurt more people if this money gets taken away. We will not be able, we talked today, we had speakers of the OPAC will be gone. Reality, because are we going to keep a program or are we going to keep people in their homes? I'm gonna keep people in their homes. You will not have the OPAC. The golf course, it's gone. Your streets, it's gone. Because I don't think any of us here are going to tell. And for the Housing Authority, how many clients do you serve? Over 2,000, 3,000? You're gonna tell them you no longer have a home, I'm sorry. Your shelters, you won't be able to maintain your shelters because that's where the federal money comes from. We won't even have that. I do not want to give false hope to our community. I have never, in my 6 years here, have told an organization I can do something when I can't. I am the most transparent person you will find. You might not like the truth, but I'm going to give it to you. I do want to make sure that we revisit what Councilmember Perez said. I want to look at that. If that gives hope to our community, why not? But I also want us to understand that this here, what we do, is big. It starts at the federal level. What can I do as an elected official? I can do so many things for families that we know that are afraid. If they don't want to go out, I can offer to go get their groceries. I can offer to take their kids to school. I can offer to go shopping for them. There is so much as a human beings that we can do, and it is the little things that matter. If it's money for gas, if they were afraid to go to work, what resources do we have? Are they afraid to go to the doctor? Let's find other ways of helping the community and easing that fear. But empty promises, I'm not going to do. Because money is not important. Human decency is, but we cannot support human decency without money. I am saddened by what is happening in my community. I drive by Cuesta del Mar, and the other day when I heard ICE was there, I actually went driving around looking for them. I don't know what I was gonna do. I really don't. Somebody at work was like, well, what are you gonna do? I don't know. I really don't know what I was going to do, but I feel like I need to protect the community. I really do. I was angry last week. I wasn't having it. Everything bothered me. But I also know that we are a strong community and we are going to take care of each other. And it's the little things that help. I want to also acknowledge the Oxnard Union School District. On Friday, we had students walk out. I was so proud of that administration. They did their best to try to support the kids, and they're young kids. They did their best to try to make sure that they were together, they followed them. Yes, they shut down saviors. Our police department was there. These times are very frightening times for all of us, for every single one of us. Let's really look at a way that we can help the community without bringing additional fear or promising things that we cannot deliver. I am available to assist anybody. If that means I've got to take a day off of work because I need to take somebody somewhere, I'm more than happy to do that. The community that I've been in for the last almost 47 years has been really good to me. I've raised my kids here. I've made a home here. That is not going to change, and everything that I've received from this community, I'm going to pay it back. So I ask Oxnard to join me and do acts of kindness. If you go to Vallarta and you see a family, why don't you pay $30 of their groceries? Because that's $30 that they can have. If you know a family is afraid, you know what, go by McDonald's, grab their kids a Happy Meal, take it to their home. We are going to get through this. 4 years will come to an end, but the threat is real. The threat is very real. And I hope that my community can join me and stand behind me and carry those people that are hurting. We will carry them. But let's not lie to them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Absolutely. Commissioner Jose Andrade?
Mayor, may I just say one thing? Gabrielle, that was perfect. No, I sincerely mean it. Your sentiment that you came across, I think, is shared by all of us here. And I think you just did a great job of expressing it much better than I would have been able to. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Andrade, do you have anything? Nothing? Okay. Just for my closing comments, there's certainly a lot of passion in here about the subject matter that we talked about. And yes, Councilwoman Basua said it eloquently. Typically, we allow 3 minutes per speaker, and we limit it to 30 minutes. You can see I allowed it to go on for almost 2 hours because clearly people are giving up their afternoons. But a lot of things that were said here, you know, I tell you, there's some of us up here, it's hurtful because we have the same lived realities, the same experiences that many young people here expressed. You know, some of us lived through that as well. And so we care passionately about making our communities safe. And I'm certainly committed to doing just that. And I know my colleagues are committed to doing just that as well. I mean, we're all here after, here we are, after 10 o'clock, many of them with full-time jobs, and they're here, committed to doing what's best for our community. So I'm committed to doing just that. I'm also committed to taking a deep dive as to really what the definition is of a sanctuary city versus a safe city. I know that discussion was held back in 2017, but I'm committed to looking at that and what that really means so that we can make the best informed decision and inform our community to doing just that and working with our local partners in the jurisdiction here, the local nonprofits. I had the opportunity to be at an OSD meeting this morning and I followed that up with another meeting at the high school district where a lot of nonprofits, a lot of leaders here in our city partook in that to just offer resources. I know Hermandad was there, MyCup was there, the school districts were there, the Knights of Columbus were there, Mr. Javier Gomez was there, many representatives were there with various and key leadership spots in our jurisdiction. So I'm open to having that deep conversation just about that, just so that we can make the best informed decision for our city. I'd also like to see, I know Councilmember Starr talked about it briefly, but I'd like to see if we can get an update on some of the items that were previously requested, such as looking at making a committee for the historic district, looking to see if we can take a look at the landscaping maintenance districts, lighting on Oxnard Boulevard between Gonzales and Colonia Road, that currently do not work. The vacant buildings in the south end of Oxnard, to see if we can get a tally of how many we have out there. The solar lighting at the parks to allow sports practice, and to look at our current ordinance for that where our parks close when it gets dark. And then lastly, is the signage on Oxnard Boulevard coming into our city. We can take a look at that, and I can certainly go out there and drive around, take some photos, and work with staff, because I think the gateways into our city are the first thing people see, and we need to work on making our community a beautiful, historic, and also a cultural destination. And then lastly, too, I think one of the persons that commented here, I'm open to the idea, I think it's aligned to what Councilwoman Perez said, is working with our nonprofits, looking at creating a committee to steer the conversation about what it really means to have a sanctuary city versus a safe city, why that decision was made. But working with our nonprofits here and other key members of our jurisdiction to form a committee and to have them informed so that we can put something together and make a really informed decision, something that is best for our city, because that's what we're committed on doing. And that's all I have for this item, unless anybody else has anything else to add.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to acknowledge that there was also 68 written comments sent to us ahead of time. I don't intend on sharing everything, but there were some very similar things to what was shared here in person. So I just wanted to thank folks who took the time to participate.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can just report back briefly. So we have transcribed the meetings and the requests. We have a list. We're going to have to work on prioritizing it, and it's going to trickle back here. It's not all going to come back at once, because we're still running the day-to-day business of the city. So it'll all get back here. I just have to figure out the timing of it all. And there are some others too. So we have them all, not just the ones you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilman Pearl, did you have a comment? No, okay. Okay, if there are no further comments or announcements or anything to report, we will move to the next on the agenda. It's the review of the information consent agenda. The members of the legislative body will consider whether to remove information consent agenda items for discussion later during this meeting. Do any council members have any consent items they wish to discuss? Councilmember Starr?
Let's see, number 2, number 4, number 5, and 7.
Okay.
2, 4, 5, and 7.
2, 4, 5.
And 7. Yeah.
And Mayor, I just want to say something really quick on 3. They don't need to pull it.
Okay. Are we okay with approving the minutes for, this is item 1, minutes of the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Housing Authority? The recommendation is that the City Council approve the regular meeting minutes of Oxnard City Council for January 7, 2025. Nobody has any questions with number 1? No? Okay. Then we'll go to item number 2. It's the Housing Department's second amendment to the agreement 9880-23-HO with EJP Consulting Group LLC for HUD Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant Consulting Services. And I know I see Ms. Brenda here. Lopez, the recommendation that the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners approve and authorize the Housing Director or designee to execute the second amendment to the agreement number with AJP Consulting Group for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant Consulting Services to increase the not to exceed the amount of the agreement from $74,713 to $758,674. Extend the expiration date from September 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2027. Councilmember Starr, what were your questions or what clarifications do you have for Ms. Lopez?
Thank you. I guess my first question is it your expectation that all of these community meetings and the report that's generated will be completed by the end of March 2027, or will there be other work beyond that?
Let me see, sorry, here we go. Is that better? Testing. Brenda Lopez, I'm interim housing director. And yes, so for this next phase of the planning, we have 24 months actually to complete the assessment, vision, and development plan. So yes, we do not expect to extend the agreement because we do have a deadline by HUD to be able to apply for the next grant opportunity in 2 years.
Okay. So does that mean that there's no additional expenditures beyond this next tranche of $684K that will be required after this phase is completed?
Correct, not for this one. The goal is to get it all the way to be prepared to submit an application for the implementation grant, which is the $50 million opportunity.
Okay. And it looks like to me that HUD makes, I think, no fewer than 20 of these choice neighborhood planning grants per year based on the dollar figures that they're putting out. Do we have any understanding as far as other cities that have gone through this process and what the outcomes were? Was it, I'm always kind of cynical about consultants coming up with big reports, and often it doesn't materialize to anything. So has there been any experiences with other cities where this is amounted to something?
Yes, we actually visited with HECLA, the LA Housing Authority. They have the Jordan Downs project.
Okay.
And yes, they obviously are a larger organization, but they did a phenomenal transformation plan. So we actually did a site visit with them.
Okay. I would love to see whatever report you have on that, or if you want to brief me at some point, that'd be great.
I will. They give us some material we can share.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could also just point out, as a clear reminder, given the context of tonight's broader conversation, this is a federal program. So there's no guarantee that the follow-through, the follow-up, or the funding would be there a year from now, 2 years. We just don't know. But at the same time, we're going to proceed on good faith because we made it this far with winning the first grant. So we're going to continue in good faith, but just be aware, all of these programs and projects that we have that have any sort of federal funding, whether directly or indirectly via the state of California, there's a certain level of uncertainty. We just have to live with that newer level of uncertainty. Just want to make a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perlo? Okay.
Council members, I appreciate having had the opportunity to talk to Ms. Lopez earlier today. Tremendous job. Thank you very much again. And I appreciated your input and your candor tremendously. I'd also like to thank Councilmember Basua for her comments earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr and Councilmember Perlo. Any other questions for staff on this item? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. We'll move to. Okay, we'll move to item number 3. Public Works Department, the subject public project agreement number at your service construction and energy Inc. for restroom improvement project, College Estates Park. The recommendation from staff is that the City Council approve and authorize, number 1, a total of $458,160 in project funds for the restroom improvement project at College Estates Park. Number 2, that the mayor execute an agreement with At Your Service Construction and Energy, Inc. in the amount of $381,800 and a project contingency amount of $38,180 or 10% for a total not to exceed contract value of $419,980 for the project. And number 3, a project allocation amount of $38,180 or 10% for engineering, inspection, survey, and project management for the project. This item did not originate in committee, as this is a capital improvement project specifically listed in the city's capital improvement program budget, which was previously approved by City Council.
For the councils, I support this, but I would also like to make one comment specifically. We recently, in the staff reported addresses, there was a fire at this park in the past. That's one of the reasons we're doing this. But just this week, we had another fire at Beck Park. There was a fire years ago at Thompson Park. Ladies and gentlemen, these are things that take place in our community very confident that they're being done by residents in our community. If you see something, call a cop. Call a cop. That's all. I appreciate trying to make healthier, safer, nicer bathrooms, but we have a certain segment of the population that wants to destroy it.
And I do want to acknowledge this item. This is within my district. It's been a long time coming. The community college estates has been without a bathroom for what, 3-4 years now. So it's a welcome project, and hopefully we can get it done quickly.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question? No, okay. All right, we'll move on to number 4, Public Works Department. This is trade services agreement with County First Fire for fire extinguisher services. The recommendation that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with the County First Fire for a 2-year term from February 5th, 2025 to February 4th, 2027 for a total contract amount not to exceed $200,000 for fire extinguisher services and various city facilities, vehicles, and equipment. As of the date of this City Council agenda being posted, there is not yet an outcome from the January 28, 2025 Public Works and Transportation Committee. Staff is available to answer any questions. Councilmember Starr, I think you had a question, number 4.
Yeah, before I ask my question, though, I know this item first came before the Public Works and Transportation Committee for its review, and I'd be very curious whether what thoughts they had on it as they were approaching, what type of questions, maybe that sort of thing. Your recommendation.
Thank you, Councilmember. The Public Works and Transportation Committee was just last week. Is that correct, Mr. Wolf? And yeah, that's on the public record. Folks are welcome to view that, just as they have to watch the videos prior to coming to this meeting, as all of we are required to do. But I'm happy to respond to that in saying that in reviewing this, there were a few questions asked around bidding process. Councilwoman Basua can correct me if I miss anything. And then ultimately we did move to send this to council with the recommendation from staff. Anything else, Councilwoman?
No, I mean, I think that was pretty much it.
There was
Yes, absolutely.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmembers Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. There was a conversation about what type of equipment was that's being part of this. There was a conversation about, are we talking about sprinklers? Are we talking about fire extinguishers? So there was a conversation about what kind of services this was provided, because there was a second item on the committee, which is another item on tonight's council agenda, which is a little different services. So there was conversations about the types of services that were being provided and where those services are, how many extinguishers may we have, and our facilities manager came up and spoke about those types of services.
Sure, and I see he's here tonight as well. Thank you for staying past 10 o'clock. Just one thing that does come to mind is I believe the question was asked about why we don't do this in-house and how many extinguishers we're talking here, just as far as scale goes across the city and any fire extinguisher that's in a public facility. So if we can just maybe revisit that real quickly.
Right, so what was discussed at the committee was about that in terms of the specialty types of certifications that are required to do these inspections, the licenses that are required in order to do these types of inspections, the volume of the volume of extinguishers that we have across the facilities, whether they're in city facilities like the one here or potentially in vehicles, city vehicles, and the fact that we don't have folks on staff that have these certifications that are sitting around waiting for these kinds of assignments to be done. So these are services that have been outsourced in the past and were solicited for this specific purpose.
Great, thank you. I hope that helps. Almost a reenactment of the Public Works Committee meeting. So thank you.
So one thing I'd like some clarification on is that it looks like the request for bid was directly shared with 2 potential vendors. Were these 2 in addition to the incumbent vendor, or was it 1 plus the incumbent in that case?
I do not know.
Okay. And I would, from my experience, I would love to find out who the person was or who the company was that didn't bid, and I would love to contact them and just find out, hey, what would it take to get you to bid next time? I just want to get a better feel for how can we get more bidders, and I'm happy to, do some legwork and just talk to some folks and see if there's